Welcome. Oh my! Bon matin, guys! C'est bien chaotique ce matin, Colin! En plus, faut que je suis obligé de skipper Deadly Premonition, ça va pas bien. Comment ça va, guys? Je sais pas ce qui se passe, mais ça coupe intermittent. C'est pas dans mes habitudes de dropper des frames. J'ai regardé aussi mes stats sur OBS, pis c'est pas de mon côté, c'est vraiment du côté du serveur de Twitch. Ah! J'espère que ça va bien aller aujourd'hui, Colin. En plus, il a fallu que je me botte là derrière pour streamer ce matin. C'est pas stable. Nano, Supernatural Death, FX Ballmain, Grumpy Cat, Kikinette, Frank the Cook. Comment ça va, guys? Qu'on va espérer pour le mieux. Ça fait bizarre, c'est vraiment pas dans mes habitudes de dropper des frames, mais comme j'ai dit, j'ai vérifié pis c'est pas de mon côté, fait que... Je sais pas qu'est-ce qui se passe avec le serveur québécois ce matin. Quoi, je suis pas sur le serveur québécois de mémoire. Ça va super bien. Super bien. Je suis juste un peu inquiet, là. Comme j'ai dit, on a eu plusieurs coupures pendant le début du stream. On va peut-être laisser ça aller une couple de minutes, là, voir si tout est stable. Ça a l'air aléatoire, je sais pas trop c'est quoi. Ouais, c'est bizarre. Ouais, ça arrive des fois, ça arrive, c'est pas parfait, hein. Il y a tellement de monde qui stream en même temps. Ouais, c'est ça, mais on a eu quand même 3-4 coupures en 10 minutes, mettons, l'intro. On va voir. On va voir comment ça va aller. Fait que c'est pas dans mes habitudes de streamer le matin, comme j'ai expliqué là, pendant les précédents streams. En fait, j'ai un spectacle ce soir, fait que c'est la raison pour qu'on est là tôt le matin. Ça va être quand même assez smooth aujourd'hui, guys, parce que si vous avez pas lu dans le titre, aujourd'hui on se fait le visual novel de Silent Hill, soit le Silent Hill Play Novel. Un PS Stack, ouais, je m'en vais un Ministry. C'est un band qui dans les années 80 faisait plus de l'industriel. À Star, c'est un petit peu plus heavy, mettons. J'aurais aimé mieux voir leur côté industriel, mais gars, je vais pouvoir dire que j'ai vu Ministry une fois dans ma vie. Ouais, fait que le Play Novel qui est sorti en 2001 après Silent Hill 2 sur Game Boy Advance, ça se trouve à être vraiment Silent Hill 1 version visual novel. À noter que c'est important qu'on peut pas vraiment prendre en compte ce qui va être amené dans ce visual novel-là pour être pris comme du cash ou pour appliquer à l'histoire de Silent Hill. Beaucoup de gens essaient de faire ça sur la communauté, mais malheureusement, on peut pas se fier aux détails qui ont été apportés par ça. Ça a été fait par une autre équipe, ça a été overseer par des gens du Team Silent. Ça n'a jamais été mentionné c'était qui vraiment qui ont supervisé tout ça. À noter aussi que ce truc-là est juste sorti en japonais, en fait. Fait que je me souviens pas exactement de l'année où les gens se sont lancés sur une traduction. Je sais que pendant plusieurs années, la seule façon de jouer à ce truc-là, c'était soit sur émulateur ou par un browser internet, tout simplement. Il y avait la version pas finie qui était disponible sur beaucoup de sites fanatiques de Silent Hill. Et en 2017, il y a Gyromancy qui a fait un portage PC, en fait. Fait qu'on va jouer au portage PC aujourd'hui. Je l'avais fait auparavant. Dans les débuts de la chaîne, on avait fini un jeu plus tôt que prévu. Fait que j'ai dit, ah tiens, on va se lancer sur le plein novel. Puis j'avais vraiment pris mon pied. Mais malheureusement, l'émulateur, j'utilisais un émulateur Game Boy sur la Wii, en fait. Comme ça, je pouvais jouer avec la manette tranquille. Puis ça l'a gelé comme 2-3 heures de playthrough. On était rendu dans l'hôpital. Puis j'avais pas sauvegardé quoi que ce soit. Fait que malheureusement, ben, ça l'a chié dans la pelle. Fait qu'on se reprend avec le portage PC. Justement, il y avait AQ là, qui était présent lors de ce stream-là, qui m'avait dit qu'il n'y avait eu aucun problème avec le portage PC. Fait que c'est ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui. Je pensais peut-être faire Silent Hill The Arcade par la suite, mais je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on va vraiment se concentrer sur le plain novel. On va essayer de faire le scénario de Harry Mason, le scénario de Cybil Bennett. À noter aussi qu'il y avait un troisième scénario, c'était quand même assez particulier. C'est un scénario de Andy, le nom s'appelait The Boy, tout simplement. Et c'est particulier comment tu pouvais accéder ça. En fait, il fallait que tu aies un adapteur spécial et tu branches ton téléphone mobile à ta Game Boy Advance. Ça te permettait d'accéder à un e-store, disons, et tu pouvais télécharger un DLC. En 2001, c'était quand même assez avant son temps. Fait que malheureusement, ce truc-là est carrément Lost Media maintenant. Il y a des gens qui en parlent un peu, mais je veux dire, il n'y a pas d'archives, il n'y a pas moyen de voir un playthrough complet sur Internet. Il y a très peu d'informations sur ce truc-là. Fait qu'évidemment, ben, qu'on ne pourra pas jouer au DLC de Boy. Fait qu'on va se concentrer sur les deux scénarios de base. Salut Glacia, bon matin. Ça a l'air intervenu, là. Il n'y a pas eu d'autres coupures depuis. Je pense qu'on va être good. Je pense qu'on va être good. En tout cas, je l'espère. T'es rendu à la fin, Ben? Yes. Ça a l'air que le dernier boss est quand même assez rough, là. C'est ce que j'ai entendu. Le processeur est un petit peu plus haut que d'habitude. Comme j'ai dit, j'ai vérifié les stats. C'était clairement pas de mon côté. Oh non, c'est pas mal comme d'habitude. On va quand même faire un petit check-up parce que je suis parano ben raide, là. Non, tout a l'air beau. Tout a l'air beau. No spoilers, ouais, sorry. Sorry, moi c'est ce que j'ai entendu puis je connais rien à ce jeu-là. T'attends de pouvoir y jouer, Nano, quoi? Ah, c'est-tu PS5 exclusive? Je pense que oui, hein? Mais bref, je sais rien d'autre, fait que vous inquiétez pas, il y aura pas d'autres spoilers. Moi qui connais fuck all à Final Fantanil. Alright, ben en espérant que ça plante pas, bordel. On va commencer ça tout de suite parce que c'est con à dire, mais le plus tôt je finis, le moins je vais être pressé ce soir. Bon, il est juste 10h, fait que j'ai estimé que maximum on va finir à 16h, là, ça me laisse le temps en masse. Ben en fait, c'est seulement une réadaptation de Silent Hill 1, en fait. Fait que ça se passe dans le même timeline que Silent Hill 1, disons. Comme j'ai expliqué, par contre, c'est vraiment une réadaptation. Fait qu'il faut pas prendre tout ce qui va être révélé dans ce truc-là comme canon, disons. C'est vraiment juste... La vérité, c'est que je savais pas quand le couvrir exactement. Puis aujourd'hui, ben, j'avais un imprévu. Fait que je me suis dit, je vais en profiter pour faire un spin-off qui est un petit peu moins important, disons, là. Et dimanche prochain, j'ai très hâte. La semaine prochaine, on fait Silent Hill 2, guys. Très hâte de revisiter ce jeu-là. La dernière fois que je l'ai fait, c'était le Story Play de l'an passé. Fait que ça fait plus d'1 an que j'ai pas touché à Silent Hill 2. Alright. Fait qu'on va se partir ça, on niaisera pas trop aujourd'hui. On niaisera pas trop. Ah, moi aussi, j'ai très hâte de visiter le 2. Ça va être très cool. Oh! Fait que la semaine prochaine, l'horaire va être comme d'habitude. Alright, fait que c'est quand même assez particulier. Faut que je boot le jeu. Je vais vous montrer si je passe sur Vision PC comme ça. Le problème avec ce portage PC-là, c'est que la fenêtre est en 240p, super petite. Tu peux rien faire pour l'agrandir, malheureusement. Fait qu'étant donné que moi, je capture mon autre ordinateur, j'utilise un autre instance de OBS pour vous foutre ça un petit peu plus gros. Je vais te faire chier, je te préviens. Ben non, c'est exactement pour ça que je fais ces streams-là. Ça me passionne tellement parler de ces jeux-là. Ouais, c'est ça, avec un setup 2 PC, c'est cool pour ça, parce que tu peux comme upscaler en software. C'est quand même pratique, là. Ah, je vais le rebooter par contre, parce qu'il y a même la petite chanson pis tout. Excusez, guys. Je repasse ça. Je repasse ça puis je mute la musique. Ta gueule. Et voilà. Salut Live Fox. Bienvenue, comment ça va? Fait que c'est sûr que côté audio, c'est très limité, là, on se comprend. Là. C'est du Game Boy Advance. Je suis surpris quand même. Le point upscaling de OBS est quand même assez propre. Ils ont quand même essayé, guys. Sur Game Boy Advance. C'est fou, là. Ben merci de passer, Live Fox, ça fait plaisir. Oh, il y a même l'ambiance. Cool. Nice. Fait que là, il va y avoir plusieurs choix dans ce jeu-là. Et ben la plupart du temps, il va y avoir... ça va super bien. Super bien. Un peu fatigué, puis on a eu des problèmes en début de stream, mais là, ça a l'air beau. On avait des coupures intermittentes. En espérant que ça allait bien. C'est ça, donc, dans ce jeu-là, il y a plusieurs choix, en fait. J'ai pris la décision qu'on va essayer de jouer le plus 1 pour 1 avec l'expérience originale. Donc, si on a un choix qui est offert à nous, on va prendre le choix le plus logique avec la progression d'événements du jeu original sur PlayStation 1. Puis un jour, on se refera ce jeu-là, puis on fera tous les autres choix. Dommage qu'ils l'ont pas remasterisé pour PC. Non, c'est ça, c'est dommage, mais tu peux quand même y jouer sur PC. Il y a eu un portage PC. Moi, c'est ce que j'utilise aujourd'hui. Parce qu'en fait, t'as la ROM Game Boy Advance traduite. T'as une façon de jouer directement sur ton navigateur Internet et il y a un portage PC. Le problème, comme j'ai expliqué il y a quelques instants, c'est que comme tu peux voir... Ah, mais là, ma caméra le cache, je m'excuse. Mais la fenêtre est vraiment tout petite. La fenêtre du jeu est grosse comme ça. C'est ça le problème sur un écran 1080p. Fait que si t'as pas des bons yeux comme moi, ça te prend quelque chose. Moi, j'utilise un instance de OBS pour l'agrandir puis que ça soit un petit peu plus lisible à la caméra, étant donné mes yeux de lynx. Je suis curieux quand même de voir les credits. Oh, mauvaise fenêtre. C'est ça, Port by Gyromancy, qui l'a porté sur PC en 2017. Thanks to original Silent Hill staff. Ah, c'est tout? Ok, je pensais peut-être en avoir plus. D'accord. Là, le seul truc, c'est qu'il faut que je m'habitue, à ne pas cliquer dans OBS, mais bien dans la toute petite fenêtre. Fait qu'on va commencer avec Harry, je pense. Je sais que Cybil, c'est vraiment... c'est comme 40-50 minutes, là. C'est vraiment court, le scénario de Cybil. Salut, Bissic, ça va super bien, toi. Je l'ai fait, mais disons à la moitié environ. Je me suis rendu dans l'hôpital, puis j'utilisais un émulateur sur ma Wii, parce que je voulais jouer tranquille avec la manette sans fil. ça le freeze en plein milieu, puis j'avais pas sauvegardé quoi que ce soit. Fait que ça a chié dans la pelle, comme on dit. Et ben, il y a un viewer qui m'avait informé qu'il y avait un portage PC qui était beaucoup plus stable, disons. Là. Mais je pense que le problème en soi, c'était pas la ROM, c'était vraiment mon émulateur sur la Wii. Là. Des fois, c'est pas parfait non plus. Déjà que les émulateurs, c'est pas parfait. Mais là, en plus, que ça roule sur une console de jeu. Je sais que de nos jours, là, ça fait comme 4-5 ans de ça, c'est pas mal plus solide. Les émulateurs sur Wii là, sont updatés constamment, mais je préfère le faire sur le portage PC. Choose carefully your decision. Each scenario. Ouais, mais comme je disais, c'est un émulateur sur la Wii, fait que c'est loin d'être parfait. Là. Mais là, avec ce portage-là, on s'assure vraiment que ça va bien fonctionner. Puis de ce que je comprends, c'est ça, il y a une fonction pour sauvegarder. Fait qu'on va se fier à ça aussi. Là. On va sauvegarder régulièrement pour être sûr qu'on n'ait pas de problème. Ah, tu vois, Nano, moi j'ai rien de mon bord. Ça coupe encore. Ben, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Moi, c'est tout beau de mon côté, guys, je drop aucune image. Là, ça veut dire que c'est Twitch qui chie dans la pelle, guys. Vous voyez, cette fois-ci, j'ai droppé aucune image. Sérieux? C'est bien dommage, ça, ce matin, Colin. Voyons donc. C'est bien plate. Moi, ça s'est reset. Toutes mes drop frames, ils ont reset à 0. Puis c'est comme si j'en avais pas droppé. Bien bizarre, ça. On n'est pas chanceux ce matin, hein? Comme j'ai dit, ça a tout pris pour que je me botte le derrière pour venir en stream, puis ça fonctionne pas. Ça fait chier pareil. Moi, je pense que c'est Twitch qui chie dans la pelle, guys. Vous voyez, moi, j'ai de l'image, là, par contre, là. Si je vais voir mon stream, tout est beau, là. Ouais, pour moi... Pour moi, c'est Twitch qui fait chier. Non, c'est plate. C'est plate, ça, bordel. Ouais, ben je pense que c'est Twitch qui a des problèmes ce matin parce que cette fois-ci, j'ai droppé aucune image. Je vais retourner voir les stats, voir. Peut-être c'est mon ordinateur, mais honnêtement, je penserais pas. C'est bien rare qu'on ait des problèmes. Non, c'est ça. J'ai rien de droppé par rapport au encoding lag ou rendering lag. Ça veut dire que c'est du côté de Twitch, le problème. Oh. Qu'est-ce que je fais avec ça? Parce que cette VOD-là, j'aurais quand même aimé ça l'archiver. Puis si ça coupe à toutes les 2 minutes, ça va être embêtant quand même. Salut Manstrick. Down Detector m'informe d'aucun rapport sur Twitch. Ouais, mais c'est des instabilités de leur côté parce que comme je te dis, moi je vais voir dans mes stats OBS puis j'ai pas de rendering ou d'encoding lag. C'est comme ça que tu peux savoir d'où vient le problème. Puis le problème vient de leur côté. Me semble que je suis plus sur le serveur québécois depuis un bon moment. Qu'est-ce que j'utilise comme serveur là? Je me souviens même plus, ça fait trop longtemps. Je pense que j'utilise, c'est ça, Toronto. Toronto, c'est celui qui me donne le moins de problèmes. Là. En temps normal, on drop aucune image. Je fais des marathons, des fois des 24 heures, puis il n'y a pas de trouble. Ben, c'est la raison pourquoi ça fait comme 3 ans que je prends plus Québec. Trop de problèmes, je droppais tout le temps des images pour rien, puis... Des moments plus de trafic, c'était l'enfer. Genre le vendredi soir, c'était l'enfer. Je sais pas, peut-être qu'il y a de la maintenance. On va espérer que ça se place, en tout cas, parce que c'est hors de mon contrôle. Je peux pas vraiment rien y faire. J'ai pas vraiment envie de couper la diffusion, changer de serveur, puis d'essayer un nouveau serveur, là. Ah, ça se peut que ça soit ça aussi, Manstrick. Ouais. Je sais qu'en tout cas, par chez moi, il fait du mauvais temps. Je sais pas si ça a rapport avec ça ou ils font de la maintenance. Là. Mais en tout cas, c'est pas dans mes habitudes. C'est pas dans mes habitudes d'avoir du trouble de même. Ben, je pense qu'on n'aura pas le choix de go with the flow, guys. La neige est pesante, mais bon, moi, il n'y a pas de neige chez nous. Il y a zéro neige, c'est de la petite pluie fine. Je vais regarder pour le fun, je vais regarder radar, voir. Parce que la dernière fois que ça a coupé quand on faisait de la Saturne, c'est parce qu'il ventait tellement que ma maison a failli arracher. Là. Mais non, en ce moment, il fait 3 degrés, light rain. Il n'y a quasiment plus rien sur le radar météo. Ouais, il va falloir faire avec. On n'a pas le choix, guys. C'est dommage, mais... Il va falloir faire avec. C'est pas grave, gars, on va s'imaginer qu'on est en 2012, qu'on stream en 480p puis que ça coupe aux 20 minutes comme dans le temps. Yeah. Ben ouais, c'est ça. C'est pas la fin du monde. Alrighty then. Fait que juste, si jamais ça coupe, ben informez-moi-en sur... Informez-moi là dans le chat, puis je prendrai une pause, j'arrêterai de lire, je reprendrai la page d'avant, ou on ira comme ça, on n'a pas le choix. On n'a pas le choix, guys. Fait que je vous avertis tout de suite, ça va quand même être tranquille, hein, c'est un visual novel, fait que je vous lis un livre avec des petits gifs des fois, puis des choix, là. Fait que faut pas s'attendre à trop d'action, ça va être pour la semaine prochaine pendant Silent Hill 2. Fait que comme j'ai expliqué, choose carefully your decisions. Each scenario has multiple endings. Fait qu'un de ces quatre, on se reprendra, on fera tous les autres choix, puis on essaiera d'obtenir une autre fin. Du mieux de ma compréhension, parce que j'ai pas trop investigué ce jeu-là. Ouais, on va faire Harry en premier. Comme j'ai expliqué, on va vraiment y aller comme si on était dans le jeu original. On va prendre les choix les plus logiques et qui ressemblent le plus à l'enchaînement d'événements du jeu original. Puis un jour, on se tapera. On se tapera d'autres versions pour essayer d'avoir d'autres endings. De toute façon, ça va être la première fois que je le complète, si Twitch le veut bien. Là. Alright. Salut Rock. Bienvenue, comment ça va? It's been a while since I've taken vacation. I'm driving my Jeep. Ooh. Heading toward the quiet resort town of Silent Hill. The sound of the engine reverberates in the darkness. Si jamais il y a de quoi que vous comprenez pas ou que vous voulez une question sur une classification de traduction, n'hésitez pas aussi, puisque malheureusement, ben, c'est juste en anglais. S'il y avait une version française, je l'aurais peut-être fait juste pour le fait que le channel est en français d'habitude, là, mais comme vous savez, je préfère tout le temps mes médias en anglais de toute façon. Un jour, on va tout jouer en japonais. Un jour. À mes 50 ans. Due to some slight car trouble earlier, it has become this late. Ça se peut aussi que la traduction laisse à désirer par moment. Là. J'ai hâte de voir ça. I am Harry Mason. I am a run-of-the-mill rider. Her eyes closed, Cheryl sleeps peacefully in the passenger seat. Cheryl is my daughter. She is cheerful and lively, and the occasional carefree smiles she shows makes me feel happy. I don't have very many relationships with people because of what I do for a living. So Cheryl's existence has become irreplaceable to me. Cheryl was very much looking forward to the trip. By the way, aussi, ça, c'est les sound effects de base. Là. La première fois que j'ai joué à ça, je pensais que le jeu était buggé, mais c'est fait comme ça. L'audio est très, très, très limité dans ce jeu-là. On dirait le Triforce, j'avais jamais calculé. Tu crois qu'il y a un lien ou un dev qui aurait fait taffer sur les deux jeux ou juste un client d'œil? Non, en fait, c'est le Flauros à l'envers. Le truc qui permet d'enlever les pouvoirs de Alessa que Dahlia Gillespie nous donne quand on se rend au Balkan Church, en fait. C'est l'item qu'elle va nous donner, c'est juste qu'il est à l'envers. Although paved, this is very much a mountain road. At this hour, there is a little reason for any other drivers to be about. I push in the accelerator. There is no light off in the darkness. I can depend only on my headlights. Light reflects off the rear view mirror. It's a motorcycle. There is a motorcycle headed toward the same destination as we are at terrific speed at this late hour. With a roar, the motorcycle effortlessly passed by the side of my Jeep. The seal of the police. Perhaps there has been an accident or something. But I don't recall hearing about an accident or anything on the radio. Cheryl's sleeping. A child should not be awake at this hour. I wonder if she's dreaming about something. Tomorrow I have planned to take her to the amusement park. The Lakeside Amusement Park. Maybe she is dreaming about riding the merry-go-round. I glance over at Cheryl's sleeping face and then return my eyes forward. The lighted area of the road almost appears to be belched out from the darkness as it moves towards me. Huh? Something enters my field of view. It's the motorcycle from just before. It is lying on its side on the shoulder of the road. No doubt about it. It's the same motorcycle that just passed me. There is no sign of the driver. It looks like the driver smashed into the surface of the rocks by the side of the road while trying to avoid some kind of obstacle, voila. Okay. And thus, the part of the motorcycle has been destroyed. Yo, Maverick. Bon matin, dude. Comment ça va? I carefully check the way in which my vehicle is headed. However, I don't see anything that could be an obstacle to my advance in the area illuminated by the headlight. Ah, ça va bien. Pas totalement réveillé, mais c'est la classique. Je me suis levé, j'ai déjeuné, je me suis botté le derrière, puis je me suis envenu streamer. Le plus vite je commence, le plus vite je finis, puis je vais être moins pressé pour mon spectacle ce soir, en fait. J'étais pas sûr que j'allais commencer à 10 ou 11, mais le plus tôt possible, the better. A strange atmosphere creeps in around me. The radio reception begins to become erratic, la statique de la radio. Perhaps I should turn back. But my foot persistently pushes down the accelerator with no intention of letting off. You can no longer turn back now. Ce qui est pas mal un thème récurrent dans le jeu original, là, justement. Ça fait longtemps que t'as commencé dans mes culottes. Oh, mon cochon. Something murmurs within me. Please increase your speed some more. Some murmurs within me. Cheryl's eyes are closed. C'est comme la troisième fois que tu nous le dis, bro. She's dreaming. I know that I should be awakened. Réchauffe la vaseline, arc. But what is this uneasy feeling? I feel as if my body is not totally my own. It's like some strange being that is not me is controlling me. Like I'm floating. My eyelids are heavy. qu'on peut comprendre par ça, c'est probablement les spells de Dahlia qui essayaient de les attirer pendant 7 ans environ. Ça doit être un peu ce feeling-là Carrie a en ce moment. As the steering wheel leaves my hand, it creates the illusion of setting the course on its own. Freezing cold. Uneasiness. Almost like being ready to fall asleep, I'm just barely conscious. And now at my limit to maintain even that. Oh no! Ah!
Surprise, motherfucker!
When I saw the human figure on the road, I caught the wheel hard. And then there was nowhere else for my Jeep and I to go, but down into the darkness below the cliff. Il n'y a rien de mieux le matin que de la vaseline qui pétille sur le poil. Calice. Chérie, c'est dégueulasse. The silence pierces my ears. As the wind blew, it was accompanied by piercing cold. Where am I? I can feel light faintly passing through my eyelids. I don't seem to be hurt. That much is clear to me because I don't feel any pain in my body. No, perhaps I've suffered an injury that doesn't cause any pain. I slowly try opening my eyelids, my heavy eyelids, pardon. De la vaseline, wow, ça serait cœur, hein? Oh, my head! J'aurais pas dû boire tout ce rhum hier. Out of season snow is pouring into the town. Voilà, une autre preuve ici que c'est de la neige et non de la cendre. C'est de la colle à bois, hein? T'es pas loin, t'es pas loin. Ça s'appelle de la colle à cheveux. Avec ça, je me faisais des spikes à la tête dans mon jeune temps. Other than the sound of droplets of ice hitting the ground, there is nothing else to be heard. Silent Hill. That is what is assuredly written on the sign by the side of the road. Without realizing it, Cheryl and I have reached our destination. All my memories up to that point are gone. The wind is blowing in. When I take a look next to me, I'm shocked. Rand Hill when? Oh, c'est le randomizer de Silent Hill 4. Je suis pas sûr d'être équipé mentalement pour faire ça. Il y a Silent Hill 3, je pense qu'il y a un rando aussi. Faudrait voir ça, un C4. The passenger door has been left open. Cheryl is nowhere to be seen. Silent Hill. This town, which should be just a resort area, appears to have become just like a ghost town for some reason. Another title card. Or maybe it was waiting for us to arrive. Or perhaps the town just nestled up to us. So now I'm alone. Cheryl's not here. While I was while I was knocked out, Cheryl opened the passenger door and stepped out alone into this tourist spot that is ruled by an unsettling silence. And then she left me to head somewhere. C'est cool avec la petite neige quand même. I tightly closed my jacket around my neck and set off on foot in search of Cheryl. I wonder what in the world happened here. Nothing makes any sense. The silence, the out-of-season snow. And strangest of all, the entire town is wrapped in a thick fog. C'est des pellicules, wow. Alright, premier choix, guys. Cheryl destination is there no one in town? Me semble que le premier dialogue qu'il dit, c'est justement Where is everybody? Fait que je pense qu'on va aller avec B. Ouais. I thought I must find out if there's anyone other than myself here. This is definitely Silent Hill. I recognize the signboard on that store. A long time ago, when I was young, I visited here once. Des petits détails comme ça, des fois, qui sont pris par les fans puis ajoutés dans l'histoire de Silent Hill puis qu'on peut pas vraiment prendre pour du cash, honnêtement. C'est vraiment à prendre à la légère ce qui va être mentionné dans ce visual novel. C'est justement Harry dans le jeu de base n'a jamais mentionné être déjà venu à Silent Hill auparavant. All the doors on the shops and houses are tightly shut. No. Among them, there is one shop with its door open, but there is no sign of anyone inside. It feels like just the people here suddenly vanished. Oh, ça paraît que ça a été traduit du japonais en tout cas. I begin to run. Only the sounds of my footsteps echoing in the surroundings. Just where in the world has Cheryl gone? Did someone lead her away? Various concerns run through my mind. I suddenly get the feeling that I heard footsteps other than my own. Exactement comme dans le jeu. So I stop moving right away to check it out. Through the thick fog, I can see a figure that is about the size of a child. Cheryl? Without a thought, I cry out. The figure doesn't move at all. At the moment I begin to move slowly towards the figure, it starts to run. I fiercely chase after the figure. That's definitely Cheryl. Even though it is faint, I would not mistake someone else for Cheryl. However, no matter how much I run, I cannot catch up. Instead, the figure is gradually getting farther away from me. The figure puts on speed as if it is gliding through the air. The figure appears to be absorbed by the fog as it begins to disappear. In order not to lose it, I run with all my strength while keeping my vision centered on the figure. Ouais, ben c'est ça, l'audio est pas à tout casser, mais il y a quand même de l'effort, là. Faut s'imaginer aussi qu'on joue ça sur une toute petite console avec une tout petit écran, là. I then notice that I have come to an alley surrounded by buildings. Ooh, darkness. I don't know how, but it is like a cover was placed over the sky, which has provided light until now, and the area has become engulfed in darkness. From the darkness, I can hear multiple footsteps coming this way. I don't know who it is. I will take a look. I'm going to get out of here. Et là, l'affaire, c'est que no matter what, on est bloqué par la grille. I've got to get away. But I can't go back the way I came, because that eerie presence is back there. So I move further in. I can only move gradually through the narrowing pitch black alley by feeling around with my hands. But I only end up reaching a dead end. Nice. Metal fences surround the area, and they are so high that I don't think that I can climb over them. They're coming from behind. I stood ready. What are they? With beast-like rage, they have closed in to right where I am. Ah! And then my vitality is sucked away by these strangely shaped monsters until I finally lose consciousness. J'ai peur. Ah oui, il monte rien dans le premier encounter, ok? Cybil Bennett. She is a full-time police officer working in the neighboring town of Brahms. Oh, pardon. There was no one else in the cafe other than her and Harry. She took a seat at the counter and waited for Harry to awaken. Hey, on a du mouvement. I suddenly awoke. Where is this place? Why am I here? Was I brought here by someone? There is no boundary between dream and reality, just confusion. As I lay on the bench seat in the cafe, my eyes slowly begins to focus. The woman sitting at the counter stands and folds her arms. She walks over and looks down at me. She's wearing a police uniform. Pardon. Y a-t-il un agent, monsieur le problème? The woman smiles a little bit, and she appears to be relieved that I have regained consciousness. It looks like you have come around. Who are you? I try talking to the unfamiliar woman. I'm Cybil. Ah, c'est parce que tu voudrais que ce soit une infirmière, c'est ça? Mon cochon. Cybil Bennett. I'm here because all communication with this town suddenly went dead, and so I came to investigate. I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing. But on the way there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yes, Cybil. You haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? Short, black hair. A little girl. No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open and she was gone. Cheryl. Sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She's a timid person, so it is hard to imagine that she headed out into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat. And since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make any sense. Are you familiar with this area? There is no sign of anyone. And what is going on with this snow at this time of year? Just what in the world has happened to this town? I said all of this while breathing deeply. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like the town is as silent as a graveyard left without even the means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. You also had a car accident, right? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out into the road. I'm pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I can barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the streets in the front of this cafe. So naturally, I came in here to get out of the snow. And then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of a terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world has happened to this town? What is going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Brahms for reinforcement and then return here. How about you? Cybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. I've got to go look for Cheryl. There is no way I can just leave her here alone. Have you got a gun? I see. Well, I'll give you this then. Avoir été dans Deadly Premonition, il y aurait eu au moins 4 changements de chansons, dont 2 fois Life is Beautiful dans cette discussion-là. Ouais, effectivement. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. Thanks, I hope I don't have to use it. Thank you, but I'm not good with guns. On va y aller avec la première vu que ça ressemble plus à ce que Cybil dit dans le jeu original. Having never handled a handgun before, I am surprised by how heavy it is. But you, will you be alright? I'm not like the average girl around here. I have undergone proper training. Mange mes mots matin, ça va bien. Cybil placed her handgun on the exit door, but then she turns and faces me again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. C'est con. She smiled after saying this and then disappeared into the thick fog. Plus tu tiens, moins lourd le gun devient, effectivement. After being left alone in the cafe, I gazed at the handgun Cybil gave me for a little while. And then I thought about Cheryl, who had disappeared in the town. The figure I saw in the fog. That was definitely Cheryl. But she didn't answer my calls, and she was quite possibly moving away from me. I don't understand. Am I getting a bit mixed up? Still, the one thing I know for sure is that Cheryl has vanished in this town. All I can do is look for her. I may not have any knowledge of the surroundings or any clues, but I won't find Cheryl if I stay here. I stood up energetically and placed my hand on the cafe door. Something is making a noise. It's somewhere inside the cafe, it's somewhere outside. Ben évidemment que c'est inside vu que c'est la radio. I'll look around the cafe. I walk in the direction the noise is coming from. And then I picked up the source of the noise. Radio. What's going on with that radio? No fucking way! At that moment, the window glass shattered with a thunder and a giant bird-like creatures flew into the cafe. Silent Hill survivor. No, it's not a bird. It's Superman. It is a creature with reddish-brown skin that looks as if it has been burned. In its belligerent, pale green eyes, it is clear that my life is in danger. Hide underneath the table, ready the handgun in my inexperienced hands. Ouais, on va tirer. Damn! I firmly held the handgun that I just received, quickly pointed it at the creature and pulled the trigger. Boom, bitch! I'm not used to using guns, so some of my shots hit the ceiling. Its vulnerable spot is its body. On va essayer le corps. That's it. I must set my aim. Its body. When it spread its wings at that moment when its body is undefended, I will. It swings its large arm like wings down at me, and using that weapon, it just misses my neck. This is my chance. The target is its body. Mumbling, I tell myself that, however, I can't fix my aim very well. My hands are shaking. Boom, bitch! As my third shot pierces it, it finally lost its life force and fell to the floor like a rag. Huh? What the hell? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place? Only the sounds of my fist hitting the table echoes in the cafe. At my feet, the still warm corpse of the creature lies in the center of a pool of oddly colored liquid. Plus 15 XP. Level up? Ouais, peut-être. After leaving the cafe, I decided to first head toward that alley from before. Fait que si, ça je l'ai déjà vu dans un playthrough, si on sortait, au lieu de combattre l'ennemi, ça nous aurait tout de suite téléporté à cette phrase-là, en fait. Fait qu'on aurait juste skippé du temps. Fait que j'imagine, parce qu'il y a des gens qui speedrun ce jeu-là, bizarrement. Fait que j'imagine que c'est la stratégie de speedrun que skipper les moments plus longs. Là. Black figures fly about in the heavens as if searching for praise. I then come to realize a constant. The static on the radio changes based on their movement. The closer the monsters come to me, the louder the static gets. My sight is hindered by the fog, and on top of that, the weather is so bad that snow is falling. So this is extremely important for information. Pardon. I run through the snow that appears to have no intentions of stopping. Increasing my speed each time the static comes in on the radio, I proceed into the fog. Following the thin thread of my memory, I finally arrive at the alley from before. The evil atmosphere has dissipated and light pours in along with snow from in between the buildings. I move into the alley and it dead ends after a bit. At the end of the alley, I see a familiar sketchbook that appears to have been thrown away. The likeness of me that Cheryl drew is on the cover of that sketchbook. This is definitely Cheryl's. I try opening it. Inside, the following is written in red ink. To school. Along 11th Street, I slipped through the back door of a house that had a dog house and then head for the school. Fait que tout le processus d'aller chercher les 3 clés du magicien d'Oz, toute la patente. The surroundings gradually filled with darkness, and only the flashlight on my chest illuminates the strange streets. Tabarouette, on est déjà rendu à l'école, guys. Ça niaise pas. I passed through the entrance to the elementary school grounds. When I open the door that leads into the school building, I see that even more darkness is waiting for me inside. It is possible that Cheryl scribbled those letters to school. I can't be sure whether Cheryl is here or not. It's just that I haven't a clue other than that sketchbook. A guide map of the school has been tacked to the side wall of the entrance with a rusted thumbtack. After removing the map from the wall, I place it in my pocket and push open the heavy door that leads into the interior of the school building. Ooh, my footsteps and the creaking of the hallway. They sound like scream as their reverberations rock my eardrums. I had been walking carefully step by step, but without realizing it, I had begun to run. There's no signs of anyone. The silent innards of the school building are dark, and with only the flashlight on my chest, it is impossible for me to see any of the details. Cheryl doesn't have a flashlight, so if she came here and got lost, then she probably wouldn't even be able to walk around. Since I have my flashlight turned on, she should be able to notice me easily. At least, I have that modest hope. I then notice that I have come to the entrance of the music room. I place my hand on the heavy door. Oh yeah, piano puzzle, guys! When I open the door, I see that the inside of the room is large and there is a grand piano placed in its center. As I sit on the chair of the piano, I am shocked. The seat is still warm as if someone had been sitting here just a few minutes before. Cheryl's smiles run through the back of my mind. Cheryl often played the cheap, upright piano in our home. It had become nice background music when I was working. Perhaps Cheryl had come to the music room. I gently opened the cover over the piano keys. I noticed that there is red mixed in among the black and white. Okay. I tried touching the liquid. It has a lukewarm feel. It is still holding heat. It is definitely blood. What is this? Hope this is not Chris's blood. My heart pounds in my chest like an alarm bell. The large amount of blood spilled on the keys. If this is Cheryl's blood, then she may no longer be alive. I wipe the stain off my hands into my jean stand and leave the music room. Mais Harry, tu fais pas le puzzle? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? At the same time I closed the door, I thought I heard someone scream. Maybe it was just my imagination. I have a rope here! I walked down the hallway. The sleety mixtures of snow pound hard against the window facing the courtyard. I take a look through a window down at the dark courtyard. The not so large courtyard is dotted with areas in which withered plants are growing. In addition to that, an old clock tower is faintly visible. From here, I cannot determine what time the clock is pointing to. Wait! Someone appears to be wriggling about in the darkness. An animal? No, it's dark and I can't see so well, but it is slowly moving on two legs. It appears to be searching for prey. At that moment, the radio I had clipped to my chest suddenly began making noise. As I return my sight to the hallway, a sharp pain runs through my thigh. Ooh, the claw fingers. When I look down, I see that the tips of those long claws are piercing my thighs. J'ai peur. Those oddly shaped monsters? They're posed like they want to hug me, and I've gathered around my waist. They're about to bite me. Mais non, ils veulent juste faire des câlins, Harry. Ils veulent juste te faire des câlins. I instantly pushed the monster away with my hands, readied the handgun and fired. Est-ce qu'on tire ou on se sauve? Parce que ça peut bien s'appliquer au jeu de base no matter what, là. Parce que t'as autant le choix de tirer ou de sauver. Ouais, on va courir. With my right hand, I push on its head, part with force, and knock it away. It then totters and falls down on its face. That was when I noticed that I had been completely surrounded by those monsters. I readied a gun. Bon, ça change pas grand-chose. I fixed my aim on their heads and pulled the trigger with my trembling index finger. Boom, bitch! I continue to shoot as each one of them appears. The smoke from the gunpowder began to fill the air around me, so I placed one hand over my mouth. Even after the noise from the radio had stopped, I could only stand there, paralyzed in utter amazement among their corpses. Is Cheryl alright? She shouldn't have been carrying anything that could be used as a weapon. Regarde mal pour notre petite Cheryl. I began running. I can't just stand around here flapping my gums. There is not a moment to lose. Cheryl is waiting for me. Wait a minute. Suddenly my vision became hazy or something, and I rubbed my eyes. When I look back, I see that all the bodies of the monsters have unexpectedly vanished. What? Was I hallucinating or something? I pulled a guide map out of my inner pocket and shined a flashlight on it. And then I confirmed that there is a boiler room located in the basement. My feet naturally began to take me there. Ooh. I descend the stairs to the basement, taking one step at a time. A school building without light. As I move forward, I am beset on all sides by absolute darkness. As I hear towards new fear and new enemies, my feet have no intention of stopping their advance. But oddly enough, I don't have a sense of justice. I just want to make sure that Cheryl is safe, to catch her in my arms. That is my only goal. The boiler is not running. If I simply press the switch in front of me, then this eerie machine should begin operating. However, I just stand still. I try pushing the switch, but the boiler doesn't do anything at all. So I try opening the switchboard cover below the switch. It appears that I must somehow supply power from the main power supply to the boiler. The power supply is on the right. From the left of the switchboard, a thick pipe extends out and is connected to the boiler. Okay. Got it. Okay. I have an instinctive feeling that by pushing this switch that something outrageous may happen. Although at the same time, I also notice my daughter Cheryl's scream run through my heart, like a sense of duty that makes me feel that I must push the switch. I slowly push the switch in. The entire school building shudders as if it were a giant ship. The entire elementary school building appears as if it has been swallowed by Cheryl's heart. As she stands alone in the darkness. I guess I'm fucked. I understand that I must do something. To the courtyard. The darkness softly whispers to me. The clock tower looks to be about tall enough to reach the third floor of the school. At its base, there is a small door about big enough for an adult to enter while bent down. The door solemnly opened. After opening, the door seems to beckon the one standing in front of it to enter with an irresistible mental energy. I cannot resist that power. As I enter, the door closes with a hopeless thunder. Inside the clock tower, a physiologically loathsome stench hung in the air. However, the smile of my beloved daughter in my heart lessens my uneasiness and lets me forget my fear, if even for only a moment. Reassured, I place my foot on the ladder leading underground, with my greatest motive called love. Oh, best dad ever. The inside finally became a small passage about large enough for an adult. I run. Trusting that I will see her smile ahead, I run forward, stomping on concrete stained with the smell of death. Once I climb the ladder at the end of the tunnel, there will be no going back. I mutter Cheryl's name one more time. The depressing sound of the door closing echoes throughout the courtyard. Where am I? A raw, warm breeze brushes past my cheeks. The view lets me know that this is like a completely different world from the school I was just in. Once again, I think, where am I? I descend the small stairs leading away from the clock tower and become even more convinced. An extremely religious-looking design has been drawn in the center of the courtyard. Within a large double circle, a triangle has been placed, and within that, a strange pattern. That looks like hieroglyphic is drawn. I don't remember this being here before. I mutter. This is definitely the school I was just in. The placement of the trees, the construction of the building. However, an overpowering feeling of nausea rises up throughout my body. A revolting, horrible smell, like that of the stench of cutting into rotting meat, thickly wafts throughout the air. And is nearly visible to the eye. Arc. Senteur tellement forte que tu peux la voir, ça c'est grave là. I begin to run. I can no longer bear to stay in this spot. By the time I place my hand on the door that leads inside the school building, I no longer have the strength left to tell how long I was running. Maybe it was only for an instant. Je sais pas pourquoi ça me rappelle une autre chanson, puis je sais pas c'est quoi. The school building has dramatically changed. Metal grated floors, blood-covered walls, corpses like puppets hanging everywhere. It's like a nightmarish scene in which everything is isolated from the real world. In spite of that, I run. I'm searching for Cheryl. The unpleasant metallic sound of my footsteps resonate throughout the inside of the school. Oh yeah, la scène des téléphones. And then, I open the door to the teacher's room. Perhaps the door is not installed correctly as it took me several forceful tries to force it open. Once I enter the room, I'm shocked. Desks are strewn about and a raw, rotten stench ruled the room. I call the police to get help, call home where no one should be. Me semble qu'il se passe de quoi de différent si t'appelles à la maison, même si ça n'a pas de sens. La vérité, c'est que dans le jeu original, on constate que la ligne est coupée tout simplement. On va y aller avec B, bon. Without knowing why, I dialed my home number where no one should be. Maybe there is a chance that Cheryl has already returned home. With slight hope, The phone is ringing. The mechanical electrical sound repeats over and over. Then all of a sudden it stopped.
Hello, motherfucker.
The voice of a man I do not know escapes from the receiver. Hello? Who is this? From the receiver, I hear a gasp. Ah. The phone went dead. I stood bewildered for a bit with the receiver pressed against my ear. There is a man in my house where no one should be. A man I don't know. I gently hang up the receiver, and for a bit I am captivated by that blue telephone. Une bouteille de Gigaloo, comment ça? I begin to leave the room. My heart rapidly contracts. Mais réponds pas, Harry, y a pas d'afficheur, tu sais pas c'est qui. Voyons donc. Moi, je sais pas c'est qui, je réponds pas. The mechanical bell sound echoes throughout the room. I nervously approach the telephone and once again pick up the receiver. Daddy? Help me! Excusez. It's Cheryl. There is no mistaking it. I firmly press the receiver against my ear. Daddy? Where are you? Cheryl. Is this Cheryl? C'est comme du WD-40, tout est rouillé là-bas. Ah, traitement anti-rouille. Peut-être que ça a réglé Silent Hill. J'avoue, bien vu, Maverick. At that moment, Cheryl's voice is replaced with a busy signal. I knew it. I think, Cheryl's here. Being located in the residential area, many children probably come to this school. The interior of the elementary school is larger than I imagined. Including classrooms, there are a lot of rooms, so locating Cheryl will be extremely difficult. If Cheryl wasn't brought here by someone and instead came here of her own free will, then perhaps she might be in that one room. What room? I spin around, run to the stairs at the end of the hall, and then sprint up them. Oh, the manifestation of delusions. I have come to the library, and my eyes are drawn to the open book here. It was a children's book, a pharmaceutical book, a dictionary of religious science. Mais logiquement, c'est pas celui qui est dans... C'est pas celui qui est dans l'étagère. Fait que c'est pas de Monster Lyrics. C'est la petite comptine avec le truc qui t'indique comment battre le premier boss. Fait qu'on va aller pour A. Voilà, c'est ça. C'est pas le Manifestation of Delusions. I picked up the book and see an abstract illustrations of a youth carrying a bow and arrow on its cover. Someone has been reading this book. I begin to read the book from the beginning of the page that was left open in a quiet voice. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, I will kill the lizard. But upon meeting his opponent, he yelled back, taunting. Who's afraid of a reptile? At this, the furious lizard hissed, I'll swallow you up in a single bite. Then the huge creature attacked, jaws open wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. The lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. As I say this, I take a step back as if I have realized something. Wait, I think... Cheryl sonne comme Sherry. J'avoue, hein? I become griped with the sense that my actions have been controlled by someone this entire time. Coming to the library, seeing that specific pages in the open book, even whatever it is that I must do now, it is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened has been in someone's hands. I have gradually come to understand this. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own course. I accept the direction of the unseen one, to whom I must obey. In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I know now where it is I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time. J'ai trouvé ça drôle hier. Il y a un de tes viewers qui est venu sur ma chaîne voir Silent Hill 2 puis m'a demandé si j'étais ton coloc. Ah ouais? I descend a staircase from which uncomfortably warm air flows and find an elevator at its base that invites me to descend even further as the doors slowly open. Ah, c'est le boss. Once I enter, its doors close. And in the next moment, with a rusty clunk sound, the elevator begins to descend at a high rate of speed. Just how far down is it going? All I can do is go with the flow. Gradually, the elevator and I are enveloped in hot, humid air. The elevator stops and I step off as its doors open. Beyond a short passage, a dazzling light emitted from a small room. A small room which has been waiting for my arrival. Ooh. Ah, j'ai manqué le stream hier, j'ai dormi tout le long à mon update. Là. In the center, the fire of hell burned, and everyone made it look like this room was meant for prayer. And then it was there. It slowly moved around the enormous scones. Je sais pas c'est quoi ce mot-là. From which flames and ash rose. Ok, fait que c'est comme le centre en fait. Ok, ouais. The lizard looks to have suddenly mutated. Its outer shell is a mucous membrane type. It just stares at me, and with surprisingly comfortable speed, it looks for a chance to attack. Here. I fired the gun at its large body. Running is the best bet. Mais on sait qu'il faut tirer dans la bouche. I was overwhelmed by its size. I've got to escape. I don't stand a chance with that feeble weapon in my pocket. I look for an escape route. However, the entrance I came through is now closed by a thick, solid metal fence without any opening which I could slide through. I cannot escape. At that moment, as part of my memory was suddenly awakened, definitely. I remember that book I just picked up not too long ago. Its content run about in my head. While paying very close attention to the movement of my opponent, I recall its passages. Effortlessly, the arrow flew piercing the defenseless maw, and the lizard fell down dead. All I can do is draw my opponent closer. Each bullet that hits its body only seems to be increasing its strength. I'm running. My entire body is soaked in sweat. The heat from the flames and the large amount of perspiration are working together to rob me of my emotional strength. And then, my feet finally get tangled and I fall to the bone-dry floor with a thud. Chérie, c'est dégueulasse. My supply of bullets is running out. This is my limit. I turn around. Its enormous mouth is there, measuring about 4 meters and open in all directions. It was only for an instant, but I thought of that passage again. The arrow flew piercing the defenseless maw. Oh, tire, Harry, tire! Okay. Fire into its mouth. Boom, bitch! Ça a pas recoupé, hein, depuis? On est correct, je pense. I can no longer hesitate. I readied the gun as calmly as possible, aimed at the inside of its mouth, and quickly pulled the trigger. Excusez. Over and over, the sound of gunshots rang out from my weapon. For as long as I had ammunition. And then I lost consciousness. Oh yeah. When I came to, I found myself in the middle of a dark room. Where is this? I wondered to myself. The monster from before has vanished. I heavily stood up and then waited motionless for a bit until my eyes came into focus. Somehow this looks to be the boiler room. It is oddly quiet. Maybe I was dreaming. My very exhausted body seems to have also recovered somehow. The low hum of the boilers strangely calms my nerves. And then I sense the presence of a person and I shift my gaze. Qui? There was a girl standing there. She was wearing a dark blue clothing and her light brown hair was neatly combed. The girl was just staring right at me. Once I noticed her and began to step towards her, she completely disappeared. As if her body just dissolved into the air of the room. I was alone in the room again. She's gone. What was that? After standing for a bit, I let out a long breath and then placed my hands on the door at the entrance. Sunlight is shining into the hall of the school building. As usual, the snow is still outside, but I'm gripped with a strange feeling of relief. As if cancerous cells had just been removed from me. Filled with relief, I slowly walked toward the exit of the school building. And then, I learned that Cheryl is not here. From the loud sound of the church bells, that seems to call out to me. Balkan Church. I began to run toward the church on a road half covered in mud. Snow falls above my head, some of which freezes my hair as chilly air flows by. When I reach the church, I push open the heavy door without hesitation. La vieille folle. A cross is mounted on the front wall. Long benches are lined up on both sides of the small walkway. It was as if time has stopped for a familiar style church. In front of the altar, a sly-looking woman with cold eyes looked down at me with an eerie grin. As I walked up to her, stepping one step at a time, she gazed at me without blinking. She looked as if she had predicted that I would arrive. Were you ringing that bell? The woman snorted with a humph. I've been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy. What are you talking about? I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right? The girl? You're talking about Cheryl. My eyes grew wide. I see everything. You know something. Tell me. Stay back. The woman held the palm of her hand out at me and then lowered her chin. In a way that suggested, please calm down. Nothing is to be gained by floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit concealed by Pharos. What? What are you talking about? I ask once more without hiding my bewilderment. Bewilderment? Bref. Here, the Pharos, a cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it is too late. The woman held up a strange object, then softly placed it on the desk on top of the altar. Wait, don't go yet. Her story was unclear and I don't understand it. I will believe that woman's story. I cannot just carelessly believe her. Ben, on a comme pas ben le choix de la croire. Si on veut continuer. She lives here. I choose to believe her story without objection. All that remains in the church is the reverberation of the sound of a door closing. I go after that woman. I am convinced that woman definitely knows some secrets of some sort. However, the knob on the door that she went through will not turn at all. I must be locked away. I must be locked from the other side, pardon. Damn! Now I'm the only one left in the church. Almost as if taken from a nightmare, this space has heat. This warmth, it feels like it is protecting me from something. That is the best way to describe the heat. I move away from the door and begin walking to the altar that woman was at. The object that the woman was just holding has been placed there. The Pharos! Et voilà, c'était toujours le kikinette. C'est ça, en fait, qu'on voit, mais à l'envers, carrément. The Pharos! That is certainly what that woman had called this. I tried picking it up. And then I placed it back on top of the desk right away. Its power. The overwhelming power of the gods rests inside the four-sided objects. It was a sensation like an electrical current passing into the palm of my hand. And then power moving throughout every nook and cranny in my body. I pick it up once more. This time I'll calmly take it into my hand and then place it in my pocket. For some reason, I'm convinced that the object will help me find Cheryl. I picked up the key that was next to the Pharos, opened the door of the church. D'habitude, c'est la drawbridge key. And rush out into the heatless snow world again. Hospital? That woman certainly said something about one. Alchemia Hospital. The only hospital I could find on the map was that one. I could see my breath as I exhaled while I headed toward the entertainment district. The bridge to the entertainment district has been raised so that boats can pass by in the river below. In other words, it is split in the middle and is fixed in a raised position that makes it looks like a Japanese katakana character. Okay. I entered the nearby drawbridge control room, placed the key I was holding into the control panel. Ah, ça c'est bizarre parce qu'il obtient une clé pour déverrouiller la church, mais dans le fond c'est la clé du drawbridge, puis il y a déjà une clé dans son inventaire. Un petit peu bizarre ça. And forcefully turn it to the right. While emitting a sound like an old woman laughing, the bridge finally begins to lower, inviting me to the entertainment district. Je sais pas s'il va aller au police station, je pense pas, hein. After crossing the bridge, I shudder. The temperature is gradually declining. Or maybe it is just a result of things inside me that produces nervousness and fear. On this wide road, there is not a single motorcycle running. I'm running right down the center of it. If I continue forward, Alchemia Hospital should be on the right. Exactly. An old building appears in the thick fog. On the signboard, Alchemia appears in faded letters, pardon. Its eeriness caused me to hesitate for an instant, but in the next moment, I placed my hand on the cold gate. De la pâte à dents, cold gate. Excusez. I opened the heavy hospital gate and then opened the door directly to my right that has entrance written on it. The inside of the hospital is wrapped in silence. On est supposé d'entendre des gunshots, là, Harry. To the left, there is a reception area in which various papers are neatly placed on a shelf. Waiting benches are lined up along the back of this hall, and a television is pointed at them. I do not feel the presence of any patients or any people. Only faint light pours in through the window from the cloudy sky. The hall is filled with a trace scent of alcohol which penetrates my nose. I begin walking. After passing through the waiting room, I reach a long corridor. I open the door marked examination room. At almost the exact same moment as I opened the door, a man inside jumped out of his chair. He is holding a handgun in his right hand. I hide behind the door in panic, immediately counter-attack with my gun. Non, on tire pas Kaufman. Wait! I hold my right hand out to try and stop the man. Bon, ça ressemble plus à ce qui se passe dans le jeu. Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. The man calms down and lowers his readied right arm. The name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation. I said all of this without pausing, and then the man took a deep breath and began to speak. Thank God, another human being. Do you work here? I was truly relieved. Silent Hill, which has become a habitat for strange monsters. Those words show his candid questioning of the situation. I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital. So maybe you can tell me what's going on. That man who called himself Kaufman once again stirs in the chair he is sitting in. I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared, and it's snowing out this time of year. Ok, fait qu'il n'y a pas les gunshots, mais il était bel et bien en train de tuer un air screamer. He looks off at the floor of the examination room. There, on the floor, the corpse of a still warm monster lays on its side. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know creatures like that don't exist. Yeah. And then I turned to face him as I realized something. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7, short, black hair. She's missing? I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's. Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you? She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter. I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing. So long. Good luck out there. Quand même assez un pour un. Les encounters, hein, c'est quand même assez cool. The examination room door shuts powerlessly. Dr. Michael Kaufman. Oddly enough, I have completely memorized that name. Huh? I suddenly noticed that there is something on the floor that looks like a white scrap of paper. What is this? I pick it up. Letters have been disorderly scribbled on it. Arrival tomorrow morning. Be prepared. It was foretold by Gyromancy. What is this? Check to see if there's anything else. Go after Kaufman. On va prendre le temps de checker, voir. I carefully look around on the floor, but it doesn't appear that anything else interesting has been dropped. I look all around the examination room. Up until a short time ago, this was just a normal room in a hospital with its various instruments and tools all about, each aptly arranged per function. Only people have been erased from the normal scene, making the situation unnatural. Fait qu'on était rendu un petit peu plus loin que ça la dernière fois avant que ça gèle. Puis justement, guys, avant de continuer, je vais sauvegarder. Oh non, c'est pas ça, c'est là. Quand vous voyez, je l'avais déjà testé en 2023. On va overwrite. Voilà, c'est fait. Cool. I'll leave the examination room. I pass through the medicine room and reach a plank floor corridor that silently extends in an L shape. I move forward and found that there was an elevator with a large door at the end of the corridor. I try pressing the button beside it. Nothing happens. It looks like the power is off. There are several doors in the corridor. I begin opening each one in order. I open the door marked Meeting Room, head inside, and close the door behind me. A large table rests in the center of this room, and I notice that there is something glittering on top of it. I grasp the light green key, leave the room, and once again step into the chilly corridor. The next room looks to be a kitchen. I guess that the food for patient is probably prepared here. Various bronze cooking utensils are neatly arranged in order on the stainless steel countertop. It does not appear that anything terribly important is here. Ben oui, la bottle, Harry! La bottle, faut sauver Cybil, esti. I carefully look throughout the various cooking utensils. Inside a large pot, there is nothing at all. While continuing to search to see if there might be some more clue here or not, I notice that on the far wall, various objects have been scattered about. I carefully move forward on the wet floor as not to slip. Something's there. I reach out my hand towards the thing in the front of me. I pick up a plastic bottle. Good plus ending. I move past one of the sinks and notice an empty plastic bottle sitting at the end of the counter. Perhaps this might come in handy for something. I mutter this and grab the empty plastic bottle. Then I leave the kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, I head right and place my hand on the first door that I come to. Fait que ça devrait être le bureau de Michael Kaufman. Ouais, voilà. I notice the word director's office out of the corner of my eyes as as I opened the door. From inside the room, a strong stench overflowed outward and caused me to feel dizzy. Someone has ransacked the room. Fait que c'est un petit peu plus obvious ici que la chambre a été mise sans dessus par Dahlia. Beyond the desk that probably belongs to the director, several bottles have been broken, leaving red and blue liquid spilled all over the floor. Blue liquid? D'accord. If I use the plastic bottle. Ah, ok, ouais, un peu, ouais. Scoop up the red liquid, scoop up the blue liquid, scoop up the mixture of purple liquid. Ah. D'habitude, c'est rouge, fait que je vais y aller pour le rouge. I get out the plastic bottle and use a fragment of the bottle section of one of the broken bottles to pour the vermilion liquid into it. The sticky liquid drips into the plastic bottle. The last drop lingered, but once it finally hit the surface of the liquid, already inside the plastic bottle, I tightly closed the cap and then left the director's office. I crept out into the corridor once more and stood in front of the door that was closest to the elevator. Ça, c'est pas celle pour aller dans le sous-sol. I opened the door and the reverberations of the sound of it opening and then closing shake my eardrums. The walls are made of concrete, and a few steps in a staircase leading to the basement extends like the fold inside the body of a snake. Fait que c'est quand même assez accurate, là, le placement des portes et tout, c'est vraiment comme dans l'original. Salut Mazo DX. Ouais, ben pas ben bel choix si on veut jouer à ce jeu-là. Hein. C'est pas dans mes habitudes, mais ça fait bizarre aussi, mais à date, c'est très hot. Puis je m'avais rendu essentiellement là, avant que l'émulateur gèle dans le temps, puis là, on est sur le portage PC, fait qu'on devrait pas avoir de trouble. Fait qu'on devrait être en mesure de le compléter. It is dark and difficult to see, but it looks like there is a door at the bottom of the staircase. Be brave, I muttered to myself. Leaving only the echoes of my footsteps, I descend the staircase to L one step at a time. And then I open the door leading to darkness. A world without light. I could see that the electricity was most likely out of the entire hospital. I pressed the switch on the flashlight on my chest and tried lighting the area. It is creepy, and yet there is nothing noticeably out of place. Chilly air drifts from the cold concrete, and it seems as if touching it would completely rob my body of its warmth. While moving through the corridors, I try opening the doors as I come to them. One opens with a creak. Emergency generator is written on the machine that occupies most of the room. To reach the second floor and above it did not look like there was any method other than using the elevator. So without hesitation, I turned the machine on. I immediately head for the elevator. I press the up button. The heavy sound of the motor and the sound of metal parts coming into contact with each other almost sounds like intertwined screams. With a ding, the elevator stops and its doors slowly open. On va savoir l'affaire du 4e étage? Ça serait vraiment nice. The inside of the elevator is large. It seems to be about big enough to accept 3 hospital beds. Buttons for each floor are lined up to the right of the elevator door. They're marked 3, 2, 1, and B from the top down. First, I head to the second floor. However, after I stepped off the elevator, I find that the door connected to the corridor that leads to the room on the floor is locked. With no alternative, I try heading to the third floor, but I find that it is the same state. Well, what now? I have already tried moving to every floor. With nothing else to do, I re-enter the elevator and then I could not believe my eyes. One of the buttons for each floor, 3, was definitely the highest floor just before. In spite of that, a new 4th button has been added. The elevator door opens with a familiar sound, and I step out on the 4th floor. Again? I think. A condition extremely similar to that which I encountered after passing through the basement of the clock tower at the elementary school was present right in front of me. Salut Cybil, comment ça va? Dark red rusted walls, metal grated floors, and a ringing in my ear that seems to creep up from the depths of hell is a menace to my mental state. I open the door in front of me, and a long corridor extends beyond it. I very carefully move forward while keeping my eyes fixed on the wall. Could Cheryl be there? Harry a toujours été en contrôle. Meilleur père au monde. The only way to find out is to search this place. Ben en fait, c'est un type de jeu vidéo, les visual novels. C'est comme c'est comme des livres un peu interactifs, en fait. C'était beaucoup à la mode au Japon. Puis, en 2001, Silent Hill 1 a eu une édition comme ça sur le Game Boy Advance, si je me trompe pas. C'est uniquement sorti au Japon, mais avec les années, ça a été traduit et tout. Et maintenant, tu peux y jouer sur PC. Fait que c'est ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui. Vu que j'avais un programme... En fait, j'ai un spectacle ce soir, fait que je pouvais pas streamer à l'heure de l'habitude. Fait que je me suis dit, tiens, je vais en profiter pour faire le Play Novel aujourd'hui. Ouais, Phoenix Wright, j'avoue, c'est un bon exemple. Il y a beaucoup de jeux d'horreur aussi au Japon dans le style. Huh? I can hear something in darkness in front of me. It sounds like the groan of something dragging on the ground. The owner of that groan is slowly closing in on me, but I cannot see what is for sure with the faint light of my flashlight. Salut Brian. Ben, la vérité, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de fans qui utilisent des faits apportés dans le Play Novel pour l'apporter dans le canon de l'histoire, mais moi, je prends aucunement ce qui est apporté dans ce jeu-là. À date, c'est très 1 pour 1. Honnêtement, il y a vraiment très peu de variantes. Là, on est rendu. On vient de transitionner dans l'autre monde, dans l'hôpital. Puis sérieux, c'est très, très, très accurate, à l'exception des petits détails. Mais c'est ça, je peux pas prendre ce qui est apporté dans ce truc-là pour du cash, étant donné que ça n'a pas vraiment été fait par le Team Silent. Ça a été supervisé par des membres de l'équipe, on sait pas qui en fait. Ouais, c'est vraiment accurate, là, tu sais, la pièce juste à côté du Director's Office mène au sous-sol, c'est très, 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 très accurate, c'est vraiment hot. Salut Sephiroth, bienvenue. I cannot see what it is for sure with the faint light of my flashlight. I instantly ready my gun, leave the area. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Ah, fuck off. On engage le combat. It is probably not human. I firmly grip the gun, position my finger on the trigger, and begin to walk towards it with the gun reloaded beside my face. Ready beside my face, pardon. Ah. Eventually, something white enters my field of vision. I adjust the aim of the flashlight on my chest with my hand and shine light on it. A white figure appeared, which is stooped over like an old woman. Stooped? Stopped? Pas sûr. It looked to have undergone a grotesque change. The monster has a very large hump on its back, which twitches and moves as if it were alive. As if it was alive. In one hand, it holds a knife, which it waves as it approaches me. In the instant I readied my gun, the monster began to run. Stooped of a person having the head and shoulder habitually bent forward. A thin stooped figure. Ok, cool, c'est pas une faute de frappe, malade, merci, Brian. By the time I realized this, it slashed at me. I instantly dodged the attack, and thanks to that, my clothes were slashed, and I had only a scratch on my side. I suppose I was lucky. Damn. I kick it in the face with the bottom of my shoe, and it falls down on its back. It then begins to stand for its next attack. I close my left eye and steady my aim. Even after one shot hit, its movement does not change at all. I fire more bullets at it. Bullets. It is laughing. Bon, les infirmières rient à cette heure. In a voice great enough to shake the entire world, it laughs as its face twists and distorts. Wow. C'est hot, ça. I cannot give up. When the final bullet loaded into my gun hits, it finally stops laughing. This time, it is face down and I begin crushing it with my foot. Finally, it completely stops moving. This is insane! Another monster approaches from behind the corpse of the first one. At this rate, all the bullets in the world would not be enough. All I can do is run. Run past the monster in front of me, run past the monster behind me. Ben, on va aller vers l'avant, mettons. I begin to run toward the monster in front of me. Evading the large swing of its knife, I run down the dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. I see a staircase leading down. I race down it, knowing not whether if something is waiting for me or not at its base. I am thinking about Cheryl. Even if she is held prisoner somewhere in the hospital, there is no guarantee that I can rescue her. In fact, there is no reason that the staircase I am descending should lead me to Cheryl. I begin to think that all my current actions are all meaningless. However, generally speaking, since I arrived in Silent Hill, since the day before leaving for Silent Hill, even longer ago, Chris, décide-toi, Harry, since the day I met Cheryl, perhaps I had no choice in my actions, that they have been determined by someone's will. By someone's will. As I continue to the base of the stairs, I contemplate. What if my life up to this point had just been on one track? As I descend the stairs, my ears begin ringing again. The ringing is so forceful that it cannot be compared to before, and it forces me to squat down. What in the world has happened? Perhaps I have opened a door to hell, a door that should never be opened. Something is clearly changing, and it is for the worst. Going back will not be permitted. There is no turning back now. I must move forward. Forward. I put my hands together on my head and then squeeze my my temples tightly by using my elbows. The ringing then begins to sound like a demon is whispering in my ears. However, it doesn't stop. I blindly begin to run. Even if I am to die in this mad land, I must save my beloved Cheryl first. Believing that the answers are beyond the door, I know that I must discover at least one clue. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sounds of my heart. It is the wall at the end of the area. Another wall lies perpendicular to it. So another wall lies perpendicular to it. Il n'y a pas is lies. Tu vois encore que la traduction de japonais en anglais, des fois. Je sais que les versions bêta est encore pire. Là. J'ai vu un stream de Nob où il le fait, pis c'est juste ridicule. Là. C'est déjà beaucoup moins pire que ce que j'ai vu dans le temps. There is a door present on the wall with a plate on it that says storehouse, roadhouse. Some chemicals have been placed on the table that is next to the door. There are 3 beakers of different sizes and a test tube. The test tube contains a liquid that is of a different color to that which is in the leftmost beaker. I found a memo. To create it, you must come up with 1 deciliter of liquid and pour it into the test tube. No more or no less. That man has said. But there are no graduation on the beaker. This makes it impossible to come up with 1 deciliter using these 3 large beakers. Pardon. Using the 10 deciliters, 7 deciliters, and 5 deciliters beakers, you must create an amount of exactly 1 deciliter. Ah, the door won't budge an inch. Vous voyez, je pense que ces sections-là sont interactives en temps normal, mais pas sur le port PC. Est-ce que je me trompe? Got it! Non, c'est ça, c'est pas interactif. Tu vois, c'est un autre puzzle, ça, c'est pas dans le jeu. Harry melted the chain on the door with the completed liquid. Ok. C'est pas mal la première grosse nuance, honnêtement. C'est ça. À date, c'est pas mal accurate, là. The door slowly opens with a click. Inside the storehouse, nothing important looking stands out. I carefully edge between the simple metal shelves that have been placed here in a specific arrangement. However, nothing is here that makes this room worthy of being called a storehouse. I am drawn toward a cabinet in the back of this room. This is because I found the presence of the wooden cabinet strange and unsuitable for this simple room. I approach the cabinet and try to open it. However, it will not budge. Well, I will look at the floor under the cabinet. I will look inside the cabinet. I will look on top. Option A. If there is an important clue inside this cabinet, then I should be able to open it right away. But then I gradually come to understand that there is no need to do so. The necessity of the cabinet here is a tin, as anything could be used to satisfy the requirement. If something is needed to block my path, then a bunch of stones could work just as well. I thought this as I looked at the scratches on the floor that were the same width as the cabinet. The marks on the floor are still fresh. They tell me that some other human probably came down here. Is there something beyond the cabinet? Aha! Aha! Using my body weight, I slowly push the cabinet from its original position. The existence of the inviting door behind the cabinet seems completely natural. So, of course, I place my hand on it. The room is very inorganic. While shining my flashlight about, I move through the room and eventually discover a grate in the floor. From between the bars and the grates, I can see a staircase that leads to a lower floor. The grate makes a clunk sound as I open it. It is quite heavy. Even though I am sure of my strength, I do not believe that I should pick it up. I could pick it up. After opening the grate enough so that I can pass through it, I gently place one foot on the staircase that has appeared. Slowly and cautiously, confirming each step as I go, I descend the staircase to a mad place in which light cannot reach. Finally, I reach a wide room, much wider than I imagined. I guess this is based on the echoes of my footsteps. I am running. Through this airy space that lies in the basement of the basement of the hospital. The basement of the basement of the hospital. Ouais, mais c'est ça dans le fond, là, c'est le deuxième sous-sol. It is lifeless and there's no light. All I can do is run through it. Does this world have an end? Or did it even have a beginning? Everywhere I go, all that I do is solve the mysteries that appears one after the other and then move on. I understand this and expect that the same situation will continue. Still, all I can do is move forward. My thinking always results in this conclusion. Ooh, the door has awaited me. This door has awaited me. I slowly turn the knob. The inside of this room is different from the ones I have encountered up to this point, and I can feel life in here. There are traces and a sense that someone was in that room. I softly pick up the picture frame that was displayed on the desk. Alessa. That is engraved on the picture frame. I gaze at the picture. It is a face that I think I have seen somewhere. I try to remember where as hard as I can, but in the end I cannot remember at all. But I am sure that I have met this girl somewhere, and more than just once. A diary has been placed next to the picture frame. I reached out with my hand, picked out the diary. Something is written in the diary. April 15. From today, this will be my new diary. Lisa secretly gave this to me as a present. And it means that soon I should be able to take my bandages off. A bird landed on a branch of the tree outside my window. I gazed at it for a bit. Ça fait pas trop de sens parce qu'elle est pas censée avoir une fenêtre, elle est ça. Seeing those beautiful colors, I thought again that it must be spring. I wish I could play outside like the other children. It is now afternoon, and they have come again. I pretended to be asleep, and it looks like they did not notice. They talk quietly as not to be heard outside my room. I do not understand the meaning of what they discussed. They never talk in this room, I thought. April 16. Someone is talking outside my room. It sounds serious. But it doesn't seem to be about me. Perhaps it's because he doesn't want to disturb me. Even the hospital director has not come to see me much lately. I don't like the director very much, so I am honestly quite happy. April 16, PS. By some strange chance, I learned a certain person is coming to visit me. April 17. Everyone has been in a rush for some reason since before sunrise this morning. Something about a dead person coming back to life. Does that really happen? It is a frightening story. And because of that, my meal was a little late. The cold soup is disappointing. Suddenly, I remembered him. Maybe he has forgotten me, but I definitely remember him. Lately, I think of him often. I want to see him. It looks like my vision is coming in the evening on the day after tomorrow. Before then, just once. April 18. It is finally tomorrow. I will not tell anyone about this. If I tell anyone, they will probably strap me into the bed. Before they arrive, the friend that can share my feeling, the only one. I wonder if she will realize this. Tonight, I will go to bed early. April 19. I must get out of here. For the first time in a while, I have wore my favorite pendant. Does it look good on me? I will write about the result here tomorrow. April 20. The last page is blank. I place the diary under my arm and prepare to leave the room. However, my eyes once again return to the picture frame that the diary had been placed next to. Ça fait pas trop de sens par contre, là. Parce qu'Alessa est pas tant consciente puis est comme maintenue en vie par moyens médicaux et magiques. Fait que ça fait pas trop de sens qu'elle ait un journal, là. Mais c'est pas grave. She was all alone. But I have Cheryl. The girl in the picture is appealing to me for something. In the painful silence, I can feel a spiritual message. After wavering, I removed the picture from the frame and slid it into my pocket. And then I left the room. Alessa. Just who is she? And why was her picture on display in the deep basement of the hospital? And where was that strange feeling of a life that I sensed in that room coming from? I am unable to figure any of it out. So I am irritated. I head for the examination room on the first floor. All the mysteries of this hospital are surely prepared in that room. Believing so, I raced up the stairs while having difficulty breathing. When I open the door to the exam room, I feel the presence of a person and stop moving. J'ai hâte de voir comment ils vont dealer avec Lisa. The inside of the room is dark. Someone is here. Who is it? Non, on ne sait pas Lisa. De toute façon, ça sert à rien, elle n'existe pas. Once the woman realized that I was a human, she ran towards me and threw her arms around me like a child would. Finally, someone else who's okay. After mumbling those words in a tearful voice, she held me more tightly. Who are you? My name is Lisa Garland. What's yours? Harry Mason. After we exchanged our simple introduction, I sat in a chair. And she sat on the bed, so that we were facing each other. The woman that called herself Lisa had blonde hair and an intelligent look to her. Maybe she might know something. At the moment I was about to speak, the woman began talking. Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. Her voice did not feel like it was coming from her body, and was accompanied by a strange reverberation. Nice. It's awful. So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is some kind of bad dream. As I select my words, I have a feeling that even my own words are not coming from my body. Yeah, a living nightmare. Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old? My mother, Cheryl, in a voice that Lisa would not hear. A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter? Yes. A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry. That's alright. That was just as I expected, but I continue asking questions without showing my disappointment. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement? No. Why? Is there something down there? You don't know? Do you work here? Don't you work here? We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. After changing the subject to the hospital basement, I began to notice that my thoughts were becoming muddy. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there? Well, I try as hard as I can to remember the pitiful sight of that room in the basement. However, in trying to trace my memory back to then, that ringing, which had been gone for a while, returned to my ears. A sound like the bells of that church run throughout my head. Damn, my head. What's wrong, Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry? After a while, I noticed that my body is freezing cold. It is as if I am dead. But I'm clearly conscious. Where's Lisa? I was definitely talking to her in this examination room. I no longer feel the evil presence that I felt in this room. No, in this entire hospital up until just before. From the window, soft light is pouring into the room. Was I dreaming? As I slowly get up, I hear the sounds of a door opening. I instantly look toward the source of the sound. The creepy woman I met at the church was standing there with an expressionless look on her face. You were too late. It's you. Yes, Dahlia Gillespie, vieille folle. Tell me everything you know. What's going on? Darkness. She responded before I was even done speaking. The town is being devoured by darkness. The woman continues while maintaining a devout look. Strength in must overcome petty desire, childless sleep talk. I knew this day would come. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of it. Believe the evidence of your eyes. So I should believe the evidence of my eyes? I understand. I am in a situation in which I can only believe what I've seen with my own eyes. The other church in this town. That is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest mark on the ground all over town? So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean? It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed. Hey, wait! Dahlia Gillespie. She places an oddly shaped key on an examination table with a tap. Spins around, heads to the door, and then opens it. I open the door that she closed and roll out into the hospital corridor. But she's nowhere to be seen. The other church. But if I exclude the church I already visited, I do not see anything that looks like a church on the map. I slowly open the phone book attached to the payphone in the corridor. In there, a mark is present to guide me. Oh ouais, c'est hot ça. Ça, c'est pas dans le jeu. It is next to the phone number for an antique shop in the northeast area of the shopping district. Hey guys, ça fait maintenant 2h30 que je stream. Je vais sauvegarder puis je vais prendre une petite pause. Après ça, on va continuer. C'est très cool la date. Très, 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 très cool. Voilà. Ça sera pas bien long. Je vais juste aller prendre ma médication. Je vais aller me dégourdir les jambes, faire un petit pépi. Je reviens dans 3-4 minutes, tout le monde. Merci de votre présence. À tout de suite. Merci de votre patience. C'est cool la date. C'est sûr que ça reste un visual novel, là, mais c'est très hot à date. Oh! J'ai surtout hâte de voir le reste, comment ils vont dealer avec le nowhere pis tout. Oh, fuck. Oh. C'est cool par exemple parce que l'immersion est là, genre. C'est peut-être juste parce que je connais hyper bien le jeu, je sais pas, là. Mais j'ai comme vraiment l'impression d'être là, c'est hot. C'est pas désagréable. C'est que ça revient tout le temps. Bon. All right. OK. Ça, c'est bon. On continue. Salut, Helsing. À date, tu vois, on a peut-être niaisé une demi-heure au début parce que le stream coupait. Fait que ça fait 2 heures là, que je suis là-dessus, puis là, on s'en va à la boutique antique. Fait que quand même assez long, là. Je dirais peut-être un 3-4 heures facile pour la story à Harry. J'ai entendu dire que celle de Cybil était vraiment courte, genre 1 heure gros top. Peut-être un petit peu plus long parce que l'anglais, c'est pas ma langue natale, là. Fait que c'est un petit peu plus long, veux pas, là. Ma lecture est pas hyper fluide non plus, mais... À date, j'aime bien ça, en tout cas. C'est pas grandiose, pis ça va pas devenir mon Silent Hill préféré, mais c'est une expérience cool à vivre une fois, je pense. The door to the antique shop is ominously open. The door connects to a staircase leading down to the basement. Oh. At the end of these stairs, there is another door. I insert the key I was carrying and slowly turn it. The inside of the shop is small. I take a look around using my flashlight and find that the place is such a mess. In such a mess, no? That it looks almost as if it has been ransacked by a thief. Is something here? At first glance, I don't think that there is anything here that concerns me. However, I did not miss that which was hidden behind a shelf. I move the shelf step by step, and an eerie passage leading into the darkness appears. What's this? Harry. I look back toward the familiar voice. Cybil. Cybil, who should have left for the next town over to call for backup, was there. I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts. What are you doing here? I thought you left town. I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of towns are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too. What about my daughter? Did you see her? I did see a girl. My heart began to beat faster. Was it Cheryl? I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but... And you just let her go? Where was it? On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated. What? So then Cheryl, it was like she was walking on thin air. An uncomfortable silence occurs between the two of us. What about you? Anything? Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her? Dahlia Gillespie. No. And? She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what that means? OG Bread! Yo, man! Comment ça va, dude? 45 mois. Avec un tier 2 en plus. Comment je m'appelle? Maurice va grimper, c'est aujourd'hui. Un gros merci pour ton resub, dude. Merci pour ton support continu. J'espère que tu vas bien en ce merveilleux dimanche. Oups, il skippé une étape, là. Il skippé comme ça. Calice! Pourri! Pourri, Undead! Calice! Pas tout le temps que je le manque une fois de temps en temps, hein? Toujours. Pourri, Undead! Any idea what it means? Darkness devouring the town. Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Forsten can't figure it out who's behind it. En plus, je vous ai spoilé quand on a des gift subs. Pourri Undead. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled. Drugs? Cybil's response was far from what I had imagined, so I shake my head back and forth. Salut Sergeant Cortez, comment ça va? Bienvenue. What could drug trafficking have to do with all this? I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. Cybil looked slightly irritated and took a long breath. Ah, ça va super bien. Super bien. On est sur le Silent Hill Play Novel, l'adaptation visual novel de Silent Hill. C'est très hot à date. C'est sûr que c'est pas comme d'habitude, là, c'est très tranquille puis on fait de la lecture, mais à date c'est très hot. C'est pas mal 1 pour 1 avec le jeu. Très cool. Des petites nuances, mais très peu. Then she shifted her gaze to the passage behind the shelf. Non, c'est officiel, c'est sorti en 2001 sur Game Boy Advance, mais uniquement au Japon. Puis là, post-2010 environ, il y a des gens qui ont commencé à le traduire. Fait que tu peux soit avoir la ROM Game Boy traduite. Je sais qu'il y a des sites qui hostent aussi le jeu en mode format navigateur Internet. Moi, j'avais eu des troubles avec l'émulateur dans le temps. Fait que là, je fais le port PC, en fait. Il y a quelqu'un qui l'a porté sur PC en 2017. À date, ça fonctionne super bien. What's this? Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there. Non, je l'ai pas acheté malheureusement. J'ai eu la chance de l'acheter il y a quelques années, puis j'ai choqué parce que streamer des consoles mobiles, ben c'est du trouble un peu pour moi. Puis le jeu est juste en japonais. Fait que non, je l'ai pas. Malheureusement, je possède pas une copie de celui-là. J'aimerais bien ça, mais à Star, c'est plus achetable, malheureusement. Maybe there's something back there. Let's have a look. Cybil. I'll go first, comme dans le jeu. Ben, la vérité, c'est que ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas regardé, là, mais si la tendance se maintient, c'est sûr que c'est rendu cher, cette affaire-là. Puis, tu sais, tant qu'à avoir une petite cartouche en japonais, genre, j'aimerais savoir la boîte puis tout, puis là, ça vient cher, là, tu sais. Tu es pourtant un maître dans le japonais, maudite langue incompréhensible. Non, c'est justement ça le problème. Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first. I make up. I should go. No. I'm going. I said it in a rough tone. All right, I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double. Okay. I peer inside the hidden passage. Inside, it looks like an unseen barrier of darkness has been set up, which makes it look like a place no one should enter. I intuitively sense that it would be dangerous to move into this passage. It is that kind of passage. I looked back at Cybil once. Cybil. Yes? Do you know anything about, well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream. What are you talking about? I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything darks there, and I hear sirens in the distance. I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know? I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry. Cybil spoke while shaking her head from side to side. Oh, I was just wondering. Never mind. Harry, you're tired. Yeah, maybe. Am I tired? Yes, I am tired. Quelle question. C'est bizarre, ça. If this is all it is, then that is fine. If my being tired is what it was, recommence. If me being tired is what caused me to see all the hallucinations up to this point, then Cheryl should return to me. The only thing is the sensation I am feeling is not that of being tired. Rather, my body feels as if I have been on the floor sleeping continuously like a human in cold sleep. And I'm feeling the agonizing suffering, not easily being able to escape from that state. Leaving Cybil behind, I step into the passage. I begin walking carefully, taking one step at a time. Cybil can probably no longer see me from where she is, even if I could see her from where I am. I made my way into the room at the end of the passage. It is small, and the smell of something having been burned is in the air. Once I saw an altar appear in the darkness, I realized that this is the church that Dahlia was talking about. I look around the area. An axe has been displayed on the wall, but nothing else stands out. While shaking my head, I decide to try going back through the passage I came from. And at that moment, a light bright enough to make me look away emanates from the altar. I think I heard the sound of a giant match being stuck. And then, two enormous pillars of flame rose from the altar. As if a ritual were beginning or something. Even at the distance I am at, I can feel the heat from those flames. My surprise and that heat caused me to fall into a state of barely being conscious. And then I gradually lose myself until I finally end up lying face down on the concrete floor. And the coldness that remained in the floor was drawn away by the heat as my consciousness grew distant. Harry? Are you okay? Ah, mais là, c'est le... Ça va-tu marcher? Harry? Harry? Where am I? Harry? Lisa? Then I'm in the hospital? You were having a bad dream. Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie? Oh, yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Well, she says the town is being devoured by darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? The town devoured by darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody follows some kind of queer religion, weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there wasn't really anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out. Gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it. A cult. Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in an accident. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up. The reverberation of Lisa's I'll shut up remained in my ears. I wonder how long had I been asleep. I found myself in that antique shop again, lying face down in the same position I was in just a short while ago. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident and now I'm lying unconscious in an hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Cybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. Although I am limited in what I can do, I still have one piece of information for fighting Cheryl. So I cannot just remain here. I energically stand up, open the door of the antique shop, and rushed back into the town. Oh yeah, darkness. The town has turned into that nightmarish world. It's as if the danger in this town increases with every second. In order to find Lisa, I turn on the flashlight on my chest and begin to run at full speed. I left the antique shop with the intention of reuniting with Lisa, but I discovered that all the roads leading to the hospital are blocked. With no other choice, I enter the shopping mall, town center, in the shopping district. Oh yeah, the Giga Store. Inside, everything has naturally changed to the other world as well. I can hear the groans of monsters in the vicinity, and it would not be surprising if they attacked at any moment. The floor has changed to a metal grating, and this building looks as if it has been left in ruins for several hundred years. Large monitors have been placed in the hall at the entrance to greet shoppers. After wandering around the first floor and finding nothing interesting, I begin heading up the powered down escalator. And at that moment, suddenly lights overflow from from out of the monitor in the hall. A bound Cheryl is displayed on screen. J'ai perdu mes pédales, esti. J'ai perdu ma pédale. Daddy, help me! Calice. J'allais comme pousser mon pied plein rendu entre mes deux ordinateurs. Je vais aller la chercher 2 secondes. Calice. I turn around and run back down the escalator towards the first floor hall. The image of Cheryl on the monitor then begins to get more and more fuzzy, until it dissolves into video static on the picture tube. And then, in place of Cheryl, an eerie crest is displayed. It looks a lot like that which I saw in the courtyard of the elementary school. I pound on the monitors. I pound with all my strength, as if I believe that Cheryl is trapped inside the picture tube. However, Cheryl's image did not appear again. I'm convinced Cheryl was definitely taken away by someone and is being held by them, and she's waiting for me to rescue her. I must hurry, I say to myself. All right. Second floor. The second floor is more brutal than that first, and is completely deserted. However, I'm paying attention. I can hear a sound like a liquid substance splashing from somewhere. I can sense that something that is not human is there. I turn toward the direction of the noise and begin to run. And then I discover the source of the noise. As soon as I step there, the section of the floor that I was standing on gives away and falls with me on top of it. I scream almost right away. Although I just fell one floor, strangely enough, I am not hurt. The floor of the somewhat wide room is sandy, and it is most certainly what cushioned my fall. I picked up the rifle at my feet and tried readying it. As I do so, unspeakably unpleasant tremors come from below me, and it shakes my entire body. It is not something that I can see. I decide this because I felt it only from below me. I can clearly tell that something with a long body, like a caterpillar, is moving around below me. As I move, it moves in the same direction. So it is obvious that it is aiming for me as it moves. And then it shows itself. It is a giant caterpillar about 5 meters long. It sprays a green liquid from its fierce tusk-covered mouth. I can tell that the liquid is poisonous just from looking at it. And that is definitely being discharged towards me. I did not dodge it in time. Some of that liquid got on my arm. The pain is sharp. Red is rising up where the poisonous liquid got on me, as it is dissolving the components of my skin. Damn! Ah ouais, on tire. Ah ouais, tire. I'm in danger now. I once again ready the rifle that I just picked up. And then I ran bullets into the creatures that has appeared above ground. Green fluid began to leak from its abdomen, so it twisted its large body and once again burrowed underground. A steel plate is conventionally lying in the middle of the area. If I can just get on top of it, then I should be able to avoid direct attack. However, I move onto the steel plate. After moving onto the steel plate, I discover one problem with doing so. I can no longer tell where it is coming from. I can only go with my intuition. Just where it is going to appear from. I gamble. Bye. Front, on va dire. Behind. I listen carefully. I wagered that it is coming from behind. I spin around and fire the rifle. It had just appeared there and my first shot went right through its head. It exploded like a piece of fruit exploding, and liquid with a revolting color and horrible smell began to flow around it. I pursue it as it begins to try to escape back into the ground. Firing the rifle on the deserted floor of the town center. I leave the town center. Perhaps the caterpillar from before was blocking my path to the hospital as my route, which had been blocked until just before was now restored. The entire town seems like insides of an enormous living thing. If a part of it is treated, then a part of it is destroyed. If a part of it disappears, then a part of it appears. I get the feeling that I'm wandering about within a living organism that has become a labyrinth. I opened the gate to the hospital and then energetically opened the door of the examination room. Inside, Lisa was waiting for me. Harry! She changes from looking completely exhausted and rushed over to me in an innocent, childlike way. Glad you're okay. Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone. I'm here now. I was worried too. C'est bizarre. Il y a eu comme de quoi qui a changé sur mon stream deck. Ça a captivé mon attention, excusez. I was worried too. I'm really happy to see you. I lightly hug Lisa and gently draw away, and then speak while looking into her eyes. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake? The lake. You take Bachman Road. The road's blocked. I recall what Cybil told me. Well, that's the only way out there. Are you sure? There's gotta be another way. Lisa places her hands on her chin and thinks for a bit. Then her eyes open wide as if she has realized something. Wait, I just remembered something. What? There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake. Really? You think I can get to the lake from there? I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out. If there's a chance, I've got to try. Lisa embraces me again just as I think that her face is beginning to look tearful. Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it. This one room is an empty hospital. In this state in which monsters could kick the door and enter at any time. She has no weapons with which to defend herself with. So her being griped with fear is only natural. What should I do? On va laisser Lisa ici. Juste par principe. De toute façon, je pense pas qu'elle peut venir avec nous. Là. Ça serait une esti d'incohérence. Là. I waver. Is it okay for me to leave Lisa alone? But then, what will happen to Cheryl? Cheryl has only me to depend on. My concern for Cheryl cannot be compared with my concern for Lisa. And no matter what, she is my daughter. Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter. Perhaps those words rang cold for Lisa. But there is nothing that can be done. I must save my daughter. Harry? I leave the hospital. The water supply installation near the elementary school. I was told that I could go through those sewers and reach the lake that Cheryl was heading toward. I must hurry. As I began to run, I felt something fly over my head. Oh, c'est nice. It looks like something is flying in circles in the sky above me. But it is dark, so I cannot see it so well. I climb the metal stairs of the building across the streets and then head up to the roof. What? What is this? A giant moth. I guess I didn't completely kill it. That caterpillar that I shot at the town center has followed me here. Excusez. And it has matured. It dances against the black sky and is looking down on me. In addition to the poison that it can discharge from its mouth, it now has a stinger with which to stick me with. I'm in danger. On va engager le combat. I fired a rifle. However, it is adept in the air and evades my aim, leaving the bullet to hit only air before being swallowed by the darkness. Calm down, I told myself. I must focus on only one target. Je pense que je vais y aller pour abdomen. While dodging it, I point the barrel of the gun at the sword area below his chest. It adeptly uses its large wing to push through me, but eventually its strength runs out and it falls between two buildings. Green liquid leaks from its inside and its screams echo throughout the town. Ça finit de même. Non, c'est pas vrai. The nightmare still continues. Ah, ben d'habitude, ça revient au real world. After passing through the sewers connected to the water supply installation near the elementary school. Oh, ouais, on skip les égouts altogether. Oh, shit, ok. Ça aurait été cool, un petit segment des égouts, pareil. I came up in the most popular part of Silent Hill, the lakeside tourist spot. However, in spite of this, there is no reason to expect anyone to be here. The area is wrapped in darkness in a condition in which it would be impossible to even walk around without a flashlight. First, I decide to enter Annie's bar, which lies on the road to the lake. As I approach the door, I notice what sounds like a struggle coming from the other side. When I open the door inside, Kaufman is there. Dr. Michael Kaufman. That is certainly what he said his name was. A monster has him cornered. His back against the far wall of the bar and he is out of breath. He did not notice me come into the bar and looked as if he had lost all hope. C'est bizarre, ça a l'air des singes, genre. Ça a pas l'air d'être un clawfinger. On dirait les ennemis que tu pognes à l'extérieur, là, proche de la station de police, pis tout, pis tout. Je pense que c'est ça aussi l'idée. Fait qu'il y a ça qui est différent un petit peu. D'habitude, c'est un clawfinger ici. I pointed my gun at the monsters and fire. Even after the monster had died, with a cry like a metallic twisting, Kaufman just stared into the air, looking completely worn out. I thought I was a goner there. Are you okay? As I spoke to him, he weakly stood up, brushed his pants twice, and then slowly looked towards me. Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how did it go? Did you find a way out? No, not yet. How about you? Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here anytime soon. Anytime now. If they come through the town, we're home free. He looked at the darkness outside the window and clenched his fist. I hope so, I say. I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums. He fixed his collar and then began to walk to the door. He walked as if he were incredibly hungry, and when he reached the door, I asked him the question that had been on my mind for quite some time. Kaufman, do you know a girl named Alyssa? No. His hand, which he has placed on the doorknob, paused for a moment, and then he looked back at me. No. Kaufman quickly looked back at the door and left and left as if he were running away. Dr. Michael Kaufman. He definitely has some secrets. While I'm not sure whether on commence. While I'm not sure whether it is connected to me rescuing Cheryl or not. He knows the main reason why this town has undergone a transformation. I followed him so that he did not notice me. Vas-tu aller à l'autre? He races through the dark alleys. Perhaps it is because he's familiar with the geography here. The sound of the harsh wind blowing down from the mountains as it cuts through the eaves of the building hides my footsteps and my presence. I continued to carefully tell him, making sure not to lose sight of him. Finally, a small figure opened the door to a certain building and he disappeared inside. He went into a motel, but not into one of the guest rooms. The door he went through is one that is off limits to outsiders and only for use by employees. I press down on my heart, which feels like it's going to explode. With my left hand, I open the door that Kaufman just used and head inside. 0886 le code. Inside, ancient dust is everywhere and the room reeks of mildew. It looks to be a garage. Oil, a sprayer, tires, and such have been placed on a dirty metal shelf. Odd. Kaufman is nowhere to be found. There is only one other door in the room, and it is slightly open. He must have went through there into another room. However, I did not go after him right away. Instead, my attention turned to the motorcycle near the wall, and I stopped. The gas tank of the motorcycle differs from the rest of the motorcycle as it is oddly clean and shiny. The motorcycle is so covered in dust that it is not possible to even distinguish what color it is. But I get the feeling that the gas tank area alone has been filled with has been fiddled by someone. Pardon. I tried gently opening the gas tank. Eureka! Inside the gas tank, there is a black vinyl bag that is protecting a small bottle. At the moment I was about to reach out to it, a familiar voice stopped me. Give me that. When I turned, Kaufman was just glaring at me, his face white with anger. He clenched fist and shaking his rage with rage. What is this? That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here, goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here. Even if he had not said that, I understood. I didn't know just how important this small bottle was to him, but I didn't think that it would help me find Cheryl. So I gave it to him. Okay, take it easy. Unless you want to die, keep your mind on your business. Got it? Saying that, Kaufman acts calm and leaves the garage. I think that guy's got to be involved with the local drug racket. Man, he was pissed. And in such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. I then realize that I'm wasting my time and immediately leave the hotel. C'est plate, j'aurais aimé ça qu'on visite quand même la station de police, puis qu'ils lisent un peu, puis qu'on ait des détails sur la drogue un peu plus. Parce qu'en temps normal, il ajoutera pas cette petite ligne de dialogue-là dans le jeu si t'as pas été investigué pour la drogue puis t'as pas lu certains fichiers. Mais évidemment qu'il skip des petits bouts, là. I check the map and then head to the greatest part of the sightseeing area, the lakeside. My visible breath brushes by my cheeks, drifting in the air as if to mark my trail. And then finally become one with the air around it. And then the area gradually began turning into that nightmarish world. I abruptly come to a stop. This time the change is not instant like before. This town, this world seems like it's being dumped in a demon body. And I'm filled with a feeling that there is no going back. Something has changed in a way that I cannot be undone. There is a road before me, so I run along on it. That is all I can do. Is there any hope? Is Cheryl alive? In this situation, in which I cannot be sure of anything, I frequently have to fight off the urge to get sick. However, I believe that I will find something if I continue forward on the world. I run across a pier, and without thinking about it, I wrenched the door off. A small boat stopped midway along the pier open, and then rushed inside it. Oh yeah. There was already a passenger inside the boat. Cybil. Harry. Our voices revealed that we were both relieved. How did you get back here? I followed the sewers. Salut Valrat. Merci man. Were you the one who cut that fence? Yeah. I'm glad you've made it. I was worried about you. You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town? I condense all things that I had happened to me into one, somewhat unclear conclusion. I look at Cybil and begin to speak. This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town, it's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about. Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it. Look, I don't understand it either. I guess I can't explain it. I honestly revealed how I felt. Well, what's making this happen? I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there. There? Under whoever created the darkness, Cheryl is somewhere. And she needs my help. Once I finished explaining everything, Cybil faintly smiled and looked at me as if she was worried. Harry, this whole thing has been a major blow to you. You need to rest. I was let down. This world, its state, and the reason it became like this. I understood, and I wanted Cybil to understand as well. Even though I am a writer, I am cursed by a limited vocabulary. This is something that upsets me about myself. Cybil, As I was speaking, the door slowly opened and I could see someone enter the room. It was not a monster, but a human. The demon is awakening, spreading those wings. Dahlia Gillespie. Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. Ooh. There's only 2 left. To seal the town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, the darkness will cover up the sun. The dead will walk and the martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die. So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl. It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it. Stop it. What do I do? Go to the lighthouse on the lake and to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope. Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there is a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse. Cybil, I will go to the lighthouse. Cybil, thanks. Dropping her handgun, Cybil left the boat and disappeared into the darkness. You will need to use it. Use what? The Flaros. Only with that you can stop it. Wait, the flowers? I check inside my pocket. That four-sided object. However, does Cybil have such an object as well? No, that is not likely. If she did, then she probably would have been able to understand my story a little better. What about Cybil? I considered chasing after Cybil. However, my true goal is rescuing my daughter. And Cybil, with the same goal, is risking her life as she heads to the amusement park. I think I should believe Cybil. No, maybe it is merely my selfishness telling myself that. However, my destination is the lighthouse that is not far from here. To run there is my mission and my fate. I entered the lighthouse and then ascended a spiral staircase to arrive at the roof. Pensez-vous qu'on peut faire le UFO ending, guys? And then, I could not believe my eyes. A giant crest is present on the floor. I am standing on the roof of the lighthouse. The mark of Samael. That is what Dahlia called it. She said I must not let it be completed. That this town is gradually being invaded away by the crest. Eroded away by the crest. Excusez. Alyssa was standing there. She looked as if she had just now completed making the mark here. And she just looked at me without any change in her expression. For the first time, we just faced each other. Each of us understanding each other to a certain degree. Just as I thought that her eyes showed little sadness, she turned around and suddenly disappeared, as if she had jumped from this tall lighthouse. Wait, don't go yet. I've got a bad feeling. I'll head back to the boat, rush to the vicinity where Alyssa disappeared from. Bon, ça changera pas grand-chose, je pense. Wait, please talk to me. I rushed to the area where Alyssa was standing. However, there was no trace of her at all. The cold wind blew and ruffled my bangs. I just stood there motionless. Huh? I can see something. Through the overlapping layers of fog, I can see something that looks like a pale light. Alyssa, I said without thinking about it. I had a feeling that I could see Alyssa throughout a distortion in the space there. Alyssa. Non. On saute pas, on va faire ça dans le prochain playthrough. Wait, I held myself back. I have a bad feeling about this. I think about Cheryl, and then I cannot take any dangerous chances. And the safety of Cybil, who is working with me to look for Cheryl, concerns me as well. I'd better turn back. In order to return to the boat from just before, I retraced my steps from the lighthouse. The small boat stopped midway along the pier. Perhaps Cybil has returned, and with that expectation in mind, I opened the door leading to the inside of the boat. But Cybil's not here. Maybe she is still on her way to the amusement park. Or maybe she has already arrived there. Salut Prunus, bienvenue, comment ça va, bon dimanche? Or maybe something has happened to her. Within a current of guessing that raced by like a revolving lantern, I ran toward the amusement park. All right. That is as far as my memory goes. Anything beyond that is vague, and to give an account of it, I would have to make things up. Ouais, ça va super bien. Aujourd'hui, on est en grosse lecture parce qu'on fait l'adaptation visual novel de Silent Hill 1. À date, c'est super nice. C'est sûr que c'est beaucoup de lecture, mais. Oh, excusez. C'est très cool, c'est très accurate au jeu. Honnêtement, c'est vraiment nice à date. Pas une expérience à refaire et refaire et refaire, mais. Ouais, c'est super cool à date. Tu peux avoir l'ISO, ben la ROM en fait, que tu peux utiliser sur un émulateur Game Boy, mais il y a aussi une version PC qui est jouable. Ça a été porté sur PC en 2017, fait que c'est quand même assez nice, facile d'accès et tout. However, I do not wish to include any fabrication in this story. That is my true intention. In this case, truth is stranger than fiction. But if I said that it was the truth, then I doubt anyone would believe me. I carefully read over the manuscript again. I could never even think about forgetting the detestable events of 7 years ago. Even now, my body quivers. And because of this, when the request came in, at first I considered refusing, because this content were too similar to the worldview. Salut the guy, bienvenue, comment ça va? However, the person in charge pushed me into it. Perhaps it is an overstatement to call this a diary. It is not exactly my memoirs either. I just described those events within the range of my personal tastes. There was no commercial greediness, and I never had the ambition of having the story known by everyone. It is merely a world of self-satisfaction. After looking over the manuscript again, I let out a long sigh and neatly pushed the stacks of paper together and placed them in the envelope I had prepared. I licked the seal of the envelope and then tightly sealed it. The act of properly sealing the envelope with such feeling seems like a certain kind of ceremony. Daddy? I turn around and Cheryl standing there, pouting. Ah, sorry. I've just finished. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Cheryl smiled, returned to her room downstairs, and pulled several of her best outfits out of her wardrobe. Fait que ça, c'était comme le dernier moment avant qu'il décolle, genre. Tomorrow is the deadline. If I mailed it tonight by express mail, it should arrive at the proof reader in time. I'd just be a little longer. I said that to her in front of her room and then placed my hand on the front door. Ouais, ben c'est une adaptation visual novel de Silent Hill 1. C'est sorti en 2001 sur Game Boy Advance, mais c'est uniquement sorti au Japon. Puis post-2010, la communauté a commencé à travailler sur une version traduite. Puis ben maintenant, là, en 2017, ça a été porté sur PC. Fait que tu peux y jouer carrément sur ton ordinateur traduit en anglais. Quand même assez cool à date. I said that to her in front of her room. Ça, c'est bon. Ouais, fait que c'est carrément un flashback. Hein, je pensais pas qu'il y aurait des moments inusités. The phone rings. Who is it? J'ai pris l'option B. I reluctantly turn and run to the phone. At this hour, the only person I could imagine calling would be someone from the publishing company. Hello? The telephone is silent. Perhaps it's a prank call? Hello? If you have nothing to say, then I'm going to hang up. I have no interest in dealing with a prank call. At the moment I was about to hang up the receiver, the unseen caller finally spoke. Hello? My hand holding the receiver trembles. That voice is... There is no doubt. The receiver fell to the floor, but I did not notice. 7 years ago. The town clouded with fog. The school stained with the smell of mildew. The empty teacher's room. on the table. The fragment of my memory comes together in my head like a jigsaw puzzle. Ok, fait que c'est comme si Harry s'avait comme appelé lui-même dans le passé. Ok, ça fait pas partie du jeu, là. C'est un segment ajouté. C'est probablement à date la plus grosse nuance entre le jeu original puis le visual novel. There is no doubt that. I rushed up the stairs. Cheryl. Cheryl had completely getting ready. I completed getting ready and was sitting quietly on a three-legged wooden chair. What's wrong, Daddy? I'm sorry, but something urgent has come up. It doesn't look like we will be able to go to the amusement park. I will have to leave you here alone, but will you be okay? The expression that I expected appeared on Cheryl's face. J'essaie de point and click Mats, mais il veut pas. Un stream interactif point and click, ça serait cœur. Hein? Hey, you promised. I'm sorry. I have to go right away. Suddenly, a different memory rose up in my mind. The town with a lake. The pier in the darkness. The lighthouse at its end. The lighthouse at its end. The man who saved me. And then, definitely next to... Cheryl, I've changed my mind. Why don't you come with me? Where to? This time I spoke with confidence. Silent Hill. Yes, the lighthouse in Silent Hill. We're going to help someone that is in trouble there. C'est un peu weird, ce segment-là. I took my amazed daughter's hands in mine, and we bolted out of the house. What? Hein? Y'a pas de nowhere, y'a pas de... What? Ça finit de même? C'est-tu le choix que j'ai pris, quoi? Hein? Je m'attendais quand même à une conclusion, le nowhere, le... OK. Là, ce que je me questionne, c'est est-ce que c'est une fin selon les choix que j'ai empruntés, genre? Ah, j'ai envie de rush through jusqu'à cet endroit-là. Puis juste choisir de pas suivre Alessa, voir si ça fait une différence. Parce que ça se peut pas que ça se termine de même, là. C'est sûr qu'il y a le segment du nowhere, pis tout, pis tout, pis tout. Ça fait pas de sens. Là, j'ai entendu dire que le truc de Cybil, c'était 1 heure environ. Puis moi, il me reste genre 2-3 heures facile. Fait qu'on peut rush through puis juste voir si on peut avoir une différence. Ah, je suis loin, hein? J'ai sauvegardé loin. Bon, on va speedrunner. On va se mettre une petite toune, guys, là. On va se mettre une petite toune puis on va speedrunner. Je vais prendre tous les autres mêmes choix. Sauf au Lighthouse. Je veux juste voir s'il y a une différence. Hey, la speedrun de ce jeu-là doit être dégueulasse. Il y a vraiment des gens qui speedrun ce jeu-là, by the way. Là. Je veux voir s'il y en a plus, là. Je suis curieux, ça peut pas finir comme ça. Style le nowhere pis tout. J'étais ben trop rentré dans le livre, là. Faut qu'on continue, ici. Ok, I'll go first. Il y a pas beaucoup de choix. Il y a ça, le combat, les deux combats, puis... Ouais, ça, c'était mon erreur, par exemple. J'aurais dû sauvegarder davantage, mais t'es tellement pris dans les dialogues que tu penses pas à sauvegarder, là. Piou, piou, piou. Fait que note à moi-même pour les prochaines parties, ce sera pas tout de suite. Là. Un jour, on se retapera ça avec d'autres choix, voir les différences. Mais je veux quand même voir s'il y a une conclusion plus haute que ça. Heureusement, on n'a pas les égouts, il y a vraiment peu de trucs là, fait que ça sera pas super long. Peut-être un 2-3 minutes puis on va être rendu. Search the second floor, on avait choisi. Piou, piou, piou. Ça, mon autre choix, c'était In Front of Me, je pense. J'espère que le choix affectera pas rien, mais je pense pas. Fire. Move on to the steel plate. Mais juste celle-là, je me souviens plus. Ouf, on va dire behind. J'espère que ça changera rien. T'as pas l'air de pouvoir mourir de toute façon. Bon, ça, on retourne voir Lisa. Ben, heureusement, le stream a arrêté de couper. Là. C'était vraiment juste l'intro qui était chaotique. Je sais pas, ils devront de la maintenance, ces serveurs ou whatever. Ça. L'ennemi, on a tiré. On a Leave Lisa Here. Je veux juste emprunter vraiment le même chemin puis voir si on peut avoir d'autres choses. Là. Puis sinon, ben ça sera ça pour le scénario d'Harry aujourd'hui. Ça peut pas finir de même, esti. Fire the rifle. Oh, petit déjeuner commence à être loin, là. On est quasiment rendu. Ask him about Alyssa. Je veux voir le Nowhere, mon bout de vierge. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas d'autre choix. Ah, il va y avoir le Lighthouse aussi. Fait que rendu au bateau, je vais faire une sauvegarde. Peut-être que tu peux aller directement au Amusement Park, mais il me semble que ça fait pas de sens d'entrer dans la progression logique du jeu, mettons. Ok, là on va avoir un choix, fait que je vais sauvegarder. Je vais sauvegarder à part, t'sais. Juste voir que la save a bien rentré, ouais. Salut Kozachi, ouais, exact. Exact, on a commencé le premier la semaine dernière, mais là aujourd'hui j'ai un spectacle en soirée. Fait que j'ai décidé de faire le plein novel aujourd'hui. Là, on est arrivé à une fin plutôt abrupte. Fait que je suis en train de relancer un segment pour voir si je peux pas atteindre le Nowhere. Parce que le jeu, c'est comme terminé au Lighthouse. C'était un peu bizarre. Puis ouais, la semaine prochaine, on fait Silent Hill 2. La semaine suivante, Silent Hill 3 et ainsi de suite. On va faire tous les jeux. Des arcades, PT, toute la patente. Là, je me suis enfin assuré d'archiver les VOD, là. Je sais pas pourquoi j'avais plein de copyright strikes sur ma chaîne, mais pour pas des bonnes chansons. C'était fucking weird. Fait que là, ils ont mis que toutes mes VOD sont unpublished. En tout cas, bref, je vais essayer d'arranger ça, là. J'ai J'ai comme indiqué à Twitch que les chansons incluses, c'était pas les bonnes chansons, là. C'était des artistes complètement nowhere. Ça avait aucun esti de rapport. Je sais pas si le système de détection audio bug, là. Mais bref, tous ces streams-là vont être archivés. Sur ma chaîne VOD aussi, là, pour ceux qui la connaissent pas, là, Undead Mats VOD sur YouTube, je vais tout mettre ça là-bas. Ok, fait que c'était là. On va voir si ça fait une différence. Fait que moi, j'avais fait Rush to the vicinity where Aliza disappeared from. On va faire l'autre choix. Okay, in order to return to the boat from just before, I retrace my step to the lighthouse. Ça, c'est la même affaire. Cybil's not here. Maybe she's still on her way to the amusement park. Or maybe she has already arrived there. Or maybe something has happened to her. Non, c'est ça, les dialogues sont pas pareils. Within a current of guessing that raced like a revolving lantern, I ran toward the amusement park. Voilà, d'accord. Okay. Select A if you scoop up the red liquid in the hospital with the plastic bottles. Select B if you picked up the kitchen knife in the hospital. Non, non, non. On a pris le red liquid. Voilà. Cool. I arrived at the amusement park by going through the sewers. In the amusement park, which has changed to the form of the other world. Several of the attractions run constantly as if they were broken toys. Ah, l'affaire, c'est commence à être drôle, mais enfin, je vais peut-être manger, une fois qu'on va compléter ça, avant de faire le scénario de Cybil, je vais peut-être manger une petite collation vite fait. I passed by the Ferris wheel and arrived at the merry-go-round. However, only this attraction is not running. While it is only natural for a ride to not be in operation, it seems unnatural for this merry-go-round to not be running. I walk around it. While slipping between the horses, I look for Cybil. Quite a bit of time has passed since she came here. I suppose maybe she didn't find Cheryl and headed back to that ship. But the only way to get here is through those sewers. If she had gone back, then we should have run across each other at some point. Huh? What's this? I slowly kneel down and try touching it. The dark green liquid is still warm. Something moved through here, and if this trail is traced, it will lead back to the source of the liquid. Aha! Me semblait aussi ça pouvait pas finir dans la même calice. And then in the darkness, I see Cybil from behind. Cybil! I try calling out to her. Only the low sound of the motor of the Ferris wheel echoes from afar. She should be able to hear me. I take another look at her. Il y en a pas beaucoup, mais c'est cool qu'il y ait des petits segments de même quand même. She slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Odd. I do not see the brave attitude that was present in her just before. She walks as if something has drained the life out of her. Like she is wandering about for no reason. I approach her and call to her once more. As I do this, Cybil staggers as she slowly turns and confirms my presence. And then, as if I am watching her in slow motion, she raised her right arm until it is parallel with the ground. And then a bullet fires from the handgun she is holding. Boom, bitch! Cybil, it's me. It's Harry. The bullet grazes my shoulder, and with a discordant metallic sound, it hits one of the wooden horses. She's coming towards me. Her eyes no longer appear to be human. The eerie red color of her eyes does not make it look like her life force has been drained. But instead, it makes it appear as if she has been possessed by some evil being. Super nice. It was too late, I think. Her heart has been devoured by someone, not by Alessa. What is there no longer Cybil? Just an alter ego of Alessa that is using Cybil's body. At that time, I remembered. I searched my pocket. Got it. The plastic bottle. The vermilion liquid is inside it. I scooped it up in the hospital. The red of Cybil's eyes looked a lot like the red of that liquid. I hold up the plastic bottles so that Cybil can see it and shake it left and right. And then, just for a moment, her expression changed to one of imploring. She must be aware. But she seems to be caught in an edge in her body. Her body that will not do her bidding. Oups, j'ai fermé le jeu. Excusez. Qu'est-ce qui vient de se passer? Merci. Excusez. It is like she's being attracted to me. With her gun ready, Cybil approaches. Upon closer inspection, I can see that her eyes are full of tears. I unscrew the cap of the plastic bottle. No one is riding the wooden horses, so their speed increases. I think that it is like time is rapidly passing for everything but the two of us. At the same time, as the hammer falls in, Cybil guns with a click. I sprinkle the liquid in the plastic bottle on Cybil without leaving a drop inside. Hey, 2 secondes. Je suis en train de faire une baisse de sucre, il a fallu que je boive un peu de jus. J'ai de la misère à me concentrer. Gars, Cybil tries to speak and her face twists agonizingly. At the same time, white smoke rises from her entire body, and gravity pulls her to the ground face down. And then a creepy creature that is shaped like a human organ burrows up out of Cybil's back and approaches my feet. I forcefully crushed it under my foot with all my might. Yes, on a sauvé Cybil, esti. Cybil, wake up! Snap out of it! Cybil doesn't respond. Cybil! After a bit, Cybil opened her eyes. Her eyes are calm blue. Harry? What happened? Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you. A look of relief appears on her face, and then she closes her eyes again. Once I am done binding her wound, I close my eyes as well and place my hand on Cybil's shoulder. Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her? I'm not sure myself. But you know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably knows anyway though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway. She was still a baby and noticeably knew where she came from. Nobody knew where she came from, pardon. We didn't have any kids of our own. My wife was sick, and it didn't look like she was getting any better. So we took Cheryl in. So in that case, there might be some connection between Cheryl and this town. So what do you do now? Cheryl is my daughter. I will save her, no matter what. I slowly opened my eyes. And then, just as I had predicted, she appeared. Alyssa. The girl that wrapped up this town and its resident in their other world. That girl carefully formed her body from out of light and appeared right in front of me. I began to talk to that demon. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are, what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. Before I finish speaking, Alyssa raises her right hand toward the sky. And then she brings her arm down, and my entire body is blown backwards. My body tumbles across the ground like a rag for about 30 meters, and then finally come to a rest. Damn! Such incredible powers. A servant of God. A demon's power. A normal person like me has no chance against her. Power is gushing out of her body, and it emits a pale light. I cannot even approach her. The Flaros! Huh? What is this? Suddenly, a blinding light emits from my pocket. It is the four-sided object, the Flaros. Light shoot out in a straight line from each of the points of its triangle, and it eventually rises up into the air. Just as I thought that the great light and sound it was wrapped in meant that its power was getting that Alessa's was greater than Alessa's. The power of the flowers condensed, became a beam of light, and pierced Alessa's body. Just as it was just before Alessa was blown backwards by that power, which she could not overcome. Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter. I was on the verge of passing out and I thought of Cheryl. All I can do is calmly look at the unbelievable sight before me as it unfolds before my eyes. What just happened? Is Cheryl okay? However, she does not answer me. Instead, a hoarse voice passes into my thoughts, and it is accompanied by the sounds of footsteps. We meet at last, Alessa. Dahlia Gillespie. Unable to move from my prone position, I thought about whose voice that was. And then, using all my strength, I stand. After confirming that it was Dahlia in front of me, I spoke in a voice that was nearly a yell. Where's Cheryl? Where is she? Dahlia does not hear me yelling. She does not look back and looks at Alessa with a creepy smile. Alessa, this is the end of your little game. Mama! Mother? I'm confused. Huh. Could she be? You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. What a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help. Hey, what are you talking about? My voice just echoes emptily in the darkness. Alessa, my dear little girl, there was one thing left I need you to do for me. No, get away from me. Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now. Pull my finger. Wait. What about Cheryl? Just where is she? Give me back my daughter. My daughter. Cheryl. Lisa? What happened? Where's Alessa and Dahlia? Harry, listen. Something you said before has been bothering me. I just can't get it out of my head. What is it, Lisa? So I went to look in the basement, even though I was scared as hell. Like you said, there was these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there. But while I was down there, I got this weird feeling. Like I'd been there before. Like something happened there, but I can't quite remember somehow. What was it? Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this. It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while. No, you don't understand. Wait. Where did you think you're going? Harry? What's the matter with you? I get it now. Why am I still alive even though everyone else is dead? I'm not the only one who's still wandering around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before. Lisa? Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry? Lisa. Option 2, probablement. Don't worry. I will do what I can. A quiet smile appeared on Lisa's face. I softly held her delicate body. I'm happy. Lisa's body quivered. However, maybe that is just because she is relieved. She looks at me with empty eyes, eyes that have lost their life. Then her lips begin to tremble and a look of astonishment appears on her face. Lisa's condition becomes abnormal. She then extends her hand out towards me. Help me! She doesn't say it, but I know that is what she's saying from the movement of her lips. While she stares into the air, Lisa's body appears to drift and wiggle as she edges towards me one step at a time. She falls to her knees. She falls on her hands. With me fixed her in sight, Lisa is falling headlong down the staircase to death. And then Lisa stopped moving. With Lisa now no more than a doll in front of me, I once again notice that I am inside the hospital. A place which is wrapped in an evil atmosphere that I have never seen the likes of. Ask the doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me. To the hospital. Still alive, but with wounds that won't heal. Blood and pus flows from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Feeling bad. Need to throw up. But nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Need drug. Told the doctors I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. Someone, help me. The pocket radio continues to make noise. The raging of the unknown things around me rocks my eardrums. Those monsters which always approach shortly after I use my flashlight. It was all I could do to intimidate them with the gun while running away. After running for a bit, I realized I am no longer in the original hospital. I have no way of knowing where here is. Bridging the gap of my faint consciousness, I move from place to place. I am being moved by someone. Maybe it's the best way to think about it. Or maybe I'm just painfully wandering around inside my own nightmare. I cannot tell at all. I can only trust my senses and rely on my own judgment. And then I raise my head. A straight corridor extends forward from where I was standing. As I slowly walk around, one door seems to call out to me, and so I approach it. Suddenly, the wall of the room creaks with a boom. And then the floor I was standing on begins rapidly to descend along with the rest of the room. It felt like I would begin floating in the air, so I used my arm to brace myself. And then I passed out. It hurts. My whole body hurts. When I come to, I find that I am lying on the floor of a classroom in the elementary school. My body is spread out on the floor like the Japanese character, que je suis pas capable de lire évidemment. I can hear someone talking. I cannot make out what they are saying very well. As I lie on my back, I can see who is talking just by looking around. I cannot believe my eyes. Over there, I see Dahlia and Alyssa. They look like ghosts, and I can see through their bodies. No, no, I don't want to. Do what mommy tells you now. I just want to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all. No, I don't want to. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too. Oh, but mommy, I just want to be with you. Just the two of us. Please understand. Oh, yes, I see. Maybe mommy has been wrong. Mommy? Why didn't I see it before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies in the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself. Mommy? Ils disparaissent, voilà. Finally, they suddenly disappear. The classroom regains its stillness as if nothing had happened. I got on my knees, stood up, and looked around my surroundings. Chairs and desks were arranged in order. Using them as support, I unsteadily walked towards the exit. At the moment, I placed my hand on the wooden sliding doors and opened with a great force as if it had a mind of its own. Then the large flow of air coming from beyond it thrust me into a dark space. I was forced down. I found that I have been thrown into a room of the hospital again. My body had rubbed on the disgustingly dirty floor. I picked myself up and suppressed the urge to vomit while brushing off my shirt several times. A video cassette recorder has been installed here, and it looks like it can be used. I insert the tape that I'd picked up at some point into it, and timidly pressed the play button. C'est pas on l'a pas ramassé, le VHS, on l'a même pas vu. After a moment of static, a picture appears. On the screen, Lisa appears. She is sitting alone with her elbows on a desk and her head down. I turn up the volume on the monitor and listen carefully. What is it? Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open, getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Her skin is all charred. Even when I change the bandages, the blood and pus just start oozing through. Why? What is keeping that child alive? I can't stand it any longer. I won't tell a soul. Promise. So please. And then the screen just goes blank. The tape was ejected as if something dirty is being spit out. It fell to the floor and it broke with a crash. There is no doubt someone is eating away at my consciousness. The magnetic tape extends out from the fallen video cassette and wraps around my leg. I try to get away, but the tentacles of tape get around my neck and begin to tighten. With both hands, I try as hard as I can to tear the tape away that is twisted around my neck. But I'm halfway passing out, and so my hands do not have the strength to do so. In the light that is reaching my pupils, I can faintly detect what appears to be human figures. Ah, voilà. They're standing around a bed with Deli on the left, Kaufman on the right. And just a bit away from him, some people with white coats that looks like doctors. Each of them has troubled looks on their faces, and they peer at the face of the person lying on the bed. Everything is going according to plan. Shelter in the mother's womb. But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. C'est vrai, faut que je le parle comme ça. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant. And what souls remain captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious. Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement. No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken. But the power we can draw now will be very weak, almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul. We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come. But that will take time. Salut, Captain Nemo. And then the illusions fade away. I carefully observe the inside of the room. This room is... I have been here before, I think. The tape, which should be tightly wrapped around my throat, is gone. And I realize that my own hand is wrapped around my throat. Oh, c'est nice, huh? Something is on top of the desk that has been placed in the center of the room. This isn't the first time I have been here. When I was here before, I was certain that unlike other rooms, I had sensed the warmth and presence of a person in this room. When I looked at the picture on the desk, my belief changed. Alyssa. I tried calling out to her. She is the instigator that created the other world. However, it would be hard for anyone to forgive the experiment that was carried out on her body under the pretext of a magical spell. This is where she lived. Her hate spirals out in the cursed wing of the hospital. However, there is no way to prove the reality of it, as all I have is a vague sense of it. Reflecting in my blank eyes, the room I am standing in begins to change shape. The bed and picture frame from before are gone, and the room transforms into a completely different one. Oh yeah! This is a child's room. Stuffed animals and art supplies are scattered about all over. I noticed something. Huh? I think I just saw something flash. I found a key. This key invites me. Had I not been very careful, I would not have found it, as it was hidden behind one of the butterflies. There's a door in front of me. As I approached it, it seems to edge up to me. As I extend my hand to the knob, the door makes a light tapping sound and begins opening as if inviting me into the heart of something evil. I finally arrived at the deepest level of the other world. Inside the door, it is wide, and the floor is a metal grating. It is filled with an evil atmosphere. Additionally, it is accompanied by a strong power that I have not felt before. The ceiling is too high for me to see. This is a giant space, so large that I cannot tell if I am outside or not. I carefully walked into the large space one step at a time. All the answers I seek are probably in this room. I'm being summoned. Cybil has arrived here before me and has her gun readied. There are two people off in the direction that the gun is pointed at. Dahlia and Alyssa. It is definitely those two. I was shocked to realize that the talisman of Metatron was being used. In spite of the lost soul returning at last. Just a little longer and all would have been for naught. It's all because of that man. We must be thankful to him. Even though Alyssa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity. Freeze! Cybil yelled out loudly and her trembling fingers pulled the trigger. An explosion resounds and the bullet starts towards the two women. However, the bullet smashes into an invisible barrier just before it can hit Dahlia, and it shatters into pieces. Dahlia smiles as if she's saying, "But of course." What in the devil's name? Dahlia's demeanor becomes serious, and at the same time, I think I see something flash in front of Cybil. In the next moment, Cybil's body flies in an arc through the air, and she lands near where I am standing. Dahlia still has not noticed me. I boldly walk towards Dahlia, and I scream at her. "Stop this, Dahlia!" Dahlia shows no communication, no compunction, pas sûr du mot, or surprise, and turns to face me with a calm expression on her face. Well, well, well. To think you'd make it this far. Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her? What are you talking about? You've seen her many times restored to her former self. I am no mood for jokes. I didn't understand what she was saying. Don't you see? She's right there. Right there? Only Alyssa, draped in her blue clothing, is where Dahlia is pointing. That's absurd. You are the only ones who think so. Why? Why are you doing this? It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alyssa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alyssa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise, my daughter will be the mother of God. At about the exact same time, I begin to speak, another voice drowned mine out. Quit screwing around. Return things to how they were before. Kaufman. Oh yeah. Dr. Michael Kaufman stood there out of breath, as if he had just arrived in time. Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this. Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can accomplish by coming here? A smile appeared on Kaufman's face, and he reaches into his pocket. My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can see this and keep your cool. The item that Kaufman pulled out of his pocket. It is definitely the small bottle that I found in the gas tank of the motorcycle that was in the garage somewhere. Aglofatis! I thought I got rid of that! All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, it kept you busy. Ha, you're easy. And there's more with where this came from. Stop it! Kaufman threw the small bottles at Alessa, puis la swing pendant à peu près 45 minutes. All four of us watched the bottle fly in a beautiful parabola, our eyes fixed on the sacred liquid within. There is a tension. Although she is normally calm and composed, that drug is enough to frighten Dahlia. That small bottle hit a part of Alessa's body, shattered into pieces, and soaked Alessa uncomfortably with the red liquid that was inside. Oh yeah. Dahlia looks completely emaciated as she watches the whole thing. Pas si pire, juste 4-5 mots qui m'ont buggé aujourd'hui. However, not me, nor anyone could have predicted the situation that came out of that event. Ooh. Alessa's back splits open and a giant creatures the likes of which I have never seen before. Tears through the cloth of the one-piece dress Alessa is wearing. It looks like an insect breaking out of its cocoon as it's being born. Ooh. It has large wings and a head like a bull. C'est plus comme une goat, là, en tout cas. And with its green muscles. Swelling, it rose up and out of its mother's body, Alessa. And then it let out an earth-shakingly brutal, evil cry and looked down at us. Huh? What the... J'entends la drill de dentiste dans ma tête, c'était écœurant. I yelled out, not addressing anyone in particular. What on earth? That's not supposed to... Kaufman just stands there in utter amazement as the event unfolds unlike how he had expected. It's awakening! It's awake! Now no one can interfere! Dahlia, in a fit of insanity, had a feeling that could not be described as pleasant or angry. Cheryl! I call my daughter's name one more time. Give up. That person no longer exists. This is a god descended among us to reach out to save us. Wow. I edge up to Alessa, the mother's body that has been cast off. And there I see Cheryl about to fade away as always. Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye. I am certain that it is what she said to me. Cheryl! It can't be. You can't leave me like this. Cheryl is already beginning to run away from me. This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl! I yelled out. The figure of my daughter, who I've been searching for, gradually dissolved into the darkness. Just like the figure I saw when I first arrived in Silent Hill. Cheryl! Wait! Oh, nice. Bon, c'est le dernier Pokémon, guys. On va être capable de le battre? Then electricity overflown from the entire body of the creature that was born from Alessa. It divided into several lightning bolts, which struck above my head. I run about trying to escape. However, that band of electricity follows me and constantly appear in front of me. I have begun to sweat and it is getting in my eyes. If I keep running about like this, I will be beaten. I vaguely think even if it means that Cheryl will not come back, by killing the conceptually evil creature, the situation will clearly improve for the better. I ready my weapon. During the short time between the lightning strike, I fire many bullets into the creature's body. During that short time from when it spreads its large wing and becomes ready to strike, I do not even think about ceasing my attack. Cheryl's smile fits through the back of my mind. What was it that she wanted? Even when we decided to travel to Silent Hill, you were the one to suggest it, right, Cheryl? Were you called here? Or did you wish to come here of my own will? Cheryl, I love you more than anyone, and I still do even now. That is the truth. However, I must bury this creature. I must make up for the sins that Cheryl took from me. And then, when the final bullet penetrated his body, c'est hot pareil. It lost the means to keep its body together, and finally, the pieces of its body fell apart and dissolved into the darkness. It was completely gone. Exactement le même son que dans version PS1 mais compressé. The large space begins to shake heavily. A loud, horrifying noise rises up from below, and with it, my existence is thrown from dimension to dimension, and I feel pain just being there. Fire has broken out in various places in the area, and I can tell that this space, as well as the entire town, are on the verge of collapsing. Alessa lies on her stomach in the center of the space, and she shows no sign of moving from there. She is just protecting her entire body in a bird-like manner. She desperately holds out the new life that is just below her abdomen toward me. I run over to Alessa. A pained expression rises on Alessa's face as she hands the newborn baby to me. The hellfire burns with force and spread around, and my life is threatened. There is not enough time left to try and rescue Alessa from here. I hold the baby she gave me tightly to my chest and begin to run from this twisting space in search of somewhere safe. Cybil, who was unconscious, regains consciousness and begins to run behind me to escape from the pit of this mad world. I look back at Cybil, and then I saw that the largest ball of flames up to this point was closing in behind. Cybil, watch out! The great fireball, which was more than enough to completely burn both our bodies, stopped just above Cybil as she stood holding her head in her hands. Time has stopped. The small sparks of bits of concrete debris were all frozen in midair. I was at a loss for words. Alessa holds both her hands high up into the air, as if she is supporting the falling wreckage, and her face twists in agony. Alessa and I gazed at each other for a moment. A tear travels down her precious cheek in a single line. Hurry and escape! Exerting the last of her power, Alessa stopped time to save me, Cybil, and the baby in my arms. Alessa, understood, we won't let your volition go in vain. I make a sign to Cybil with my eyes and then return my gaze forward. And then I begin to run with all my might. I do not look back. Why did Alessa entrust this small life born from her at the end to me? I have no idea. But I have a feeling that I am obligated to raise the child. Oh, behind me, an explosion occurs. I run. All I can do is continue to run. Without looking back, I move forward toward the ray of light that I have a faint glimpse of. Ça finit de même. Yes. Yes, je savais qu'il y avait un segment de Otherworld pis tout. C'était sûr qu'il y avait une vraie fin. Là. Fait que, dépendamment de tes choix, tu peux quand même aboutir à des fins comme un peu aléatoires. Là. Ouais, c'est ça, il n'y a pas vraiment de mention de membres à part le Special Thanks. C'est pour ça que je dis que tout ce qui se passe dans ce truc-là peut pas vraiment être pris pour du cash puis ajouté au lore de Silent Hill. Mais c'était vraiment nice, sérieux. J'ai vraiment aimé ça. J'imagine, tu sais, il faut que tu sois fan du jeu pour aimer ça, là, on se comprend, mais c'est très cool. Très nice. Oh. Je devrais avoir le temps de faire Cybil. Ouais, on va prendre une petite pause, je vais me prendre une petite collation vite faite, puis on va se taper Cybil. Comme j'ai vu, le 50 minutes, 1 heure, peut-être c'est fait d'habitude. Que... C'est l'heure du puppy. Ah, c'était super cool. Je suis content aussi là, qu'on soit revenu, puis qu'on ait pris l'autre choix, puis qu'on ait pu vivre le Nowhere, puis tout. Super cool. C'était très hot. Ouais, fait que guys, je vais prendre une petite pause. Je vais aller manger une collation vite faite. Je reviens dans 3-4 minutes. On va se taper le scénario de Cybil pour finir ce merveilleux stream. Fait qu'à tout de suite, tout le monde. Merci de votre présence. de votre patience. Fait que là, on va entrer dans le segment de Cybil. Mais t'as fini, that's it, GG. Nice. Fait que c'est sûr que le segment de Cybil aura rien à voir avec ce qu'on connaît du jeu, veut pas, là. Ça sera pas accurate comme qu'est-ce qu'on vient de vivre, là. C'était quand même assez nice. Là, je pense que ça va être plus aléatoire, là, parce qu'on n'a aucune idée de qu'est-ce que Cybil fait quand on la voyait pas, en fait, là. Je suis quand même curieux de voir ce que ça va donner. Puis je pense qu'il y a un moment où on va voir Andy, justement, le personnage du DLC en ligne là, que personne peut jouer, en fait. Là. Parce que pour ceux qui étaient pas là pendant le début du stream, en fait, tu pouvais brancher ta Game Boy Advance à ton téléphone mobile puis télécharger un DLC en 2001. Ça te donnait un autre scénario à ce jeu-là. Mais malheureusement, ça l'a jamais été archivé. Fait que c'est Lost Media complètement. Là. Ça aurait l'air qu'on va le rencontrer dans la story de Cybil. Alright, quelle heure qui est là? 2h30? Ouais, il me reste un bon 2 heures au moins. Fait qu'on devrait être correct pour faire Cybil. On devrait être correct, Tom. Hello? Hello? The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tries to call back right away, however, the call will not go through. Perfect. I wonder what's going on. Her coworker Sally saw Cybil's flushed face and could not help making a joke. It's because you are so hostile. I bet they just don't want to talk to you anymore. Hostile? Perhaps after all I do, always say what's on my mind. Saying this, Cybil smiled. The peaceful town of Brahms. The population is small, and perhaps for this reason, there has not been an incident worth calling an incident for several years. As for the officers on the night shift, they generally pass the time by staring at newspapers clipping or chatting with colleagues at other departments. Even now, with nothing notable appearing in the local news, Cybil was just having a meaningless conversation about this and that with a friend in the Silent Hill Police Department. But then suddenly the line has gone dead. And they had not called back. The call won't go through. What? What? Lily avec le raid. Hey, salut, comment ça va? Salut, salut. Night Rider soit 651. Salut, bienvenue. Comment s'est passé ton stream? Bienvenue à tous. Bienvenue à tous. Vous me connaissez pas, moi c'est Undead Mats. Oh, mes lumières ont bugué. On est pogné en rouge ici. On va arranger ça. Fait que pour ceux qui me connaissent pas, moi c'est Undead Mats. Chris, ça gèle ici. Merci. Je suis un fan fini de jeux d'horreur. Ben tout comme Lily, je pense, hein. T'as l'air à streamer pas mal des jeux d'horreur. Je suis un fan fini de la série Resident Evil et Silent Hill depuis plusieurs années. Puis on est en train de faire ça justement. Tous les dimanches, je fais la série Silent Hill au grand complet. On a fait Silent Hill 1 en détail la semaine passée. Puis aujourd'hui, on se tapait le visual novel de Silent Hill 1 qui est sorti uniquement au Japon sur Game Boy Advance. En fait, le Silent Hill Play Novel. On vient de compléter la story de Harry, puis on vient d'entamer la story de Cybil. Ça a super bien été. Nice. T'as fini ça sur Silent Hill original, c'est ça? En tout cas, en espérant que ça s'est bien passé. Un gros merci pour le raid, c'est super gentil. Nice. Super cool. Ouais, moi aussi, là, je suis là-dessus, là, les Silent Hill ces temps-ci. Justement, dimanche prochain, on fait le 2 en grand détail. Pour les 3 premiers aussi, on parle vraiment en détail de l'histoire et tout. Ça fait des super longs streams. Mais là, on est un petit peu plus posé aujourd'hui parce que j'avais un imprévu, fait que j'ai décidé de faire le spin-off. Le spin-off adaptation visual novel. On fait 40 minutes par jeu, 4 jeux au total. Ok, nice. Puis t'as dit rétro-horreur, c'est quoi t'as fait d'autre? Je suis curieux. C'est pas mal que je préfère le vieux stock d'horreur, fait que... Delaware Saint John. Ça, je connais pas. Ça me dit absolument rien. Silent Hill, Parasite Eve, Clock Tower, des grands classiques. J'ai fait Parasite Eve l'an passé, l'hiver passé. J'ai adoré. C'est rendu dans mon top 10 de jeux PlayStation 1 d'horreur. Ah, c'est un Big Fish Game, ok. Ah, ma copine, elle aime bien ça, ces affaires-là. Ok. Ben nice. Gros merci d'avoir choisi d'envoyer ton monde ici. Fait que c'est ça, comme je disais, on vient de terminer le storyline de Harry Mason. Sérieusement, c'était très, très, très accurate, là. On était 1 pour 1. On est entré dans l'hôpital. Il était à la même place que dans le jeu. Après ça, il prend la première porte à droite, ça mène au sous-sol. C'était vraiment, vraiment, vraiment pareil, à l'exception de des petits détails, mais c'était vraiment négligeable, là, comme changement. C'était très, 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 très cool. Fait que là, on entame le scénario de Cybil Bennett. Ça, je m'attends à ce que ce soit pas mal différent, parce que la vérité, c'est qu'on n'a jamais eu vraiment d'informations sur ce qui se passait avec Cybil quand on la voyait pas dans le jeu. Fait que je m'attends à que ça soit plus éloigné là, du storyline original, mettons. Merci ton lurk, merci encore pour le raid. Bienvenue à tous. Maybe this is happening because someone is trying to tell you not to waste all your time chatting. How about settling down and taking your feet off the desk? Cybil goes not for care for Sally's big sister-like attitude. Ooh, badass Cybil avec ses lunettes. Ah, ça pourrait être peut-être ça aussi, la cutscene qu'on voit dans l'intro qui n'est jamais utilisée par le jeu, hein? J'aimerais savoir plus de détails de conception sur ce jeu-là. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont eu accès? Est-ce qu'ils ont vraiment eu accès à du matériel de production ou ils ont juste comme pris le jeu puis ils ont adapté ça vaguement, disons? Parce qu'au moment de... Après la sortie de... Quand ce jeu-là était développé, Silent Hill 2 était en développement. Fait que l'équipe principale était en train de travailler soit sur Silent Hill 2 ou 3. Fait qu'ils n'ont pas vraiment été impliqués dans le plein novel, malheureusement. Cybil calls the Silent Hill Police Station one more time. Fait que ça commence tout simplement que Cybil est au téléphone avec un agent de Silent Hill puis la communication coupe, en fait. On était rendu là, on a lu genre 4-5 phrases là, au début du novel, c'est tout. Odd, Cybil thought. It seems as if this might be a result of the telephone lines having been severed or something. Cybil leaps from her chair, causing it to spin, reaches for the helmet on top of a locker, and with it in hand, prepares to leave the room. Wait, just where do you think you are going at this hour? Sally has a look of "you have got to be kidding" on her face, and then she absent-mindedly, allows the coffee cup she was holding in her right hand to fall to the floor. Tabarouette, elle a lâché son cup. Ah, hot! You can take care of that yourself. Cybil mumbles this in her head, and in the next moment ran out of the room. Salut Benny, comment ça va mon beau? Cybil straddles the motorcycle in the garage, inserts the key, and revs the engine. The sound of the exhaust resonates in the small space. She puts out onto the road and increases her speed as she is batted from head to toe in the uncomfortably warm wind. Salut Rock Guy, comment ça va? Starlight falls upon her from the clear starlit sky. It doesn't look like the weather could have caused the problem with the phone lines. Cybil tightly holds onto the handlebars and continues to increase her speed. At this hour, there should not be any other cars heading to Silent Hill. The road has been lit in front and behind only by the street lamps since she reached the mountain road, and there is no sign of anyone in the area. Ça va super bien, toi? On vient de compléter le scénario de Harry dans le Plain Novel. C'était la première fois que je le faisais au complet. C'était vraiment nice, sérieusement. On vient tout juste d'entamer le scénario de Cybil, qui est pas censé être très long, honnêtement. However, after a while, she was able to see the tail light of a vehicle swaying far off in the darkness in front of her. There is a cliff on one side of the road. Whether they realize that or not, the vehicle is headed toward the same destination as Cybil at high speed. Ouais, c'est quand même cool. J'ai hâte de voir parce que ça va sûrement s'éloigner beaucoup du produit original, étant donné que la vérité, c'est qu'on sait pas ce qui se passe avec Cybil dans les autres moments. Mais c'est pas grave. Ça a l'air que c'est très court, donc ça a quand même pris un bon 4 heures faire l'autre. C'est sûr que je lis pas l'anglais super rapidement, mais quand même. Normally, I would pull this guy over. Cybil mutters this, increases her speed and catch up with the four-wheel drive Jeep in no time. She passes it and glanced inside the Jeep for a moment, quickly smiles, and then blasts in front of it. The Jeep quickly becomes smaller and smaller in the side mirrors of her motorcycle. Effectivement, Capitaine Limon, je suis totalement d'accord avec toi. La raison pourquoi j'ai fait le scénario de Maria une seule fois dans ma vie puis j'ai jamais rejoué. Surtout que pour Silent Hill 2, on aurait pu avoir un DLC avec Angela, avec Eddie, on aurait pu avoir n'importe quoi, mais on se fout un peu d'un personnage qui est pas réel en fait, là, fait que... Bref, je vais sûrement me forcer à le faire pareil dans un autre truc. Probablement qu'il va y avoir un autre stream où ça va être un peu aléatoire comme ça, puis on va faire comme Silent Hill The Arcade, puis le DLC de Maria, genre éventuellement. Je sais pas encore quand, mais je vais essayer de squeezer ça dans la série de stream Silent Hill. And then, she started to notice that she could not keep her eyes focused. Sleepiness? No. I have been on the night shift for a while and should have gotten plenty of sleep this afternoon. Her body becomes one with the motorcycle and it slides through the darkness. Maybe it was foolish to wear short sleeves. Although it was rather warm when Cybil left the station, now her skin feels so cold that it is like the cold is cutting into her. Her eyelids are heavy. Her mouth has become dry. What's wrong with me? She lightly shakes her head off and left and right. Against her will, her right hand turns the grip that will cause her to accelerate. The needle is buried and madly shakes back and forth. Cybil then stared straight forward.
Surprise, motherfucker.
But it was already too late. In the middle of the road, a girl stood, with her arms raised to shield her from the light. Cybil slammed the brakes. The last thing she saw was the rapidly approaching rock wall on the side of the road. Ita, onomatopoeia for the feeling of cold. Borochke. Something cold is touching Cybil's cheek. Cybil slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She is not yet able to stand up. She does not seem to be hurt. However, her body will not do as she commands. Nevertheless, she is fully conscious. Large snowflakes are falling all over her body. She is lying face down in the middle of the wide street. I wonder just how long I've been here like this. After waiting for the nerves throughout her body to return to normal, Cybil lumbered to her feet. Her body was sluggish, like when she wakes up, and she was unable to think straight. Silent Hill. That is what is written on the sign on the sidewalk. In addition to the out-of-season snow, the area is enveloped in thick fog. Title card again. Which generally makes her destination looks differently than it normally would. The motorcycle that she came here on was also nowhere to be found. With nothing else to do, she decided to rest in the cafe facing the street. The inside of the cafe is dead silent. She does not see any customer or employees. This destroys her hopes of getting something warm to drink, and she lets out a sigh. First, I must get in contact with the other officers back in Brahms. Cybil picks up the receiver from the phone on the corner of the counter, but not a single sound can be heard from the speaker. Salut Paplov, bon dimanche, comment ça va? It seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. Ça va super bien. Les monstres lui ont piqué sa moto. Ils vont se balader avec. Wow. Wow. Après les monstres qui se promènent en véhicule de police dans Downport, les monstres en moto. Parfait. Moi, ça va super bien. On est en train de faire le plain novel de Silent Hill 1. C'est en fait une adaptation visual novel qui est sortie juste au Japon en 2001. Puis que post-2010, il y a eu une traduction en anglais. Puis en 2017, il y a eu un portage PC. Fait que tu peux maintenant y jouer sur ordinateur. On vient de compléter le scénario de Harry. C'était vraiment cool. Là. C'était comme du 1 pour 1 avec le jeu de base. Mais là, on fait l'histoire de Cybil qui est pas mal plus courte et qui a, jusqu'à preuve du contraire, ne sera pas aussi. On voit pas ce qui se passe avec Cybil dans le jeu. Fait que ça va être complètement imaginatif, disons, là, ce moment-là. Au moins, on va l'avoir fait. There is no doubt that this is the reason why the call got cut off at the Bram station. Cybil looks around the inside of the cafe. Ça me rappelle un extrait du film d'un homme moto qui cherche sa seconde moitié et plot twist, il la trouve, c'est une femme jet ski. Oh my god. Wow. Ah. She gasped without thinking about it. Harry en bâton sur le banc, thanks. She can see a man lying down on one of the long bench seats lined up along the windows. A customer? No, this place isn't open. She moves near him and looks down at his sleeping face. His face is twisting in agony, as if he is having a frightening dream. Cybil hesitates. Cybil was relieved to know that she was not the only person in this town. She sat down at the counter and waited for the man to awaken. After a bit, Cybil thought that the man's breathing had become troubled. As she thought this, he forcefully sat up. Cybil moved over the man until she was able to look down at him and then folded her arms. She was relieved. That was how she honestly felt. It looks like you have come around. Who are you? The man asked this while heavily shaking his head. I'm Cybil. Cybil Bennett. All communication with the town suddenly went dead. This worried me, so I came here to investigate. I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing, but on the way there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yeah, Cybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? For a moment, Cybil could not hide her astonishment, but then because of her profession, she quickly feigned a more resolute attitude. A little girl? No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open and she was gone. Cheryl, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She is a timid child, so it is hard to imagine that she headed out into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat. And since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make any sense. Are you familiar with this area? There is no sign of anyone. And what is going on with the snow at this time of year? Just what in the world has happened to this town? Harry spoke while sighting. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like the town is as silent as a graveyard left without even the means to contact any neighboring town. I see. So, you also had an accident? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out into the road. I am pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I can barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in the front of the cafe. So naturally, I came in here to get out of the snow. And then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of a terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world happened in this town? What is going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Bram's for reinforcement and then return here. How about you? Cybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. I've got to look for Cheryl. There is no way I can just leave her here alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. She gives Harry a handgun loaded with live ammunition. But you'll be alright? Harry asked worriedly. I'm not like the average girl around here. I have undergone the proper training. Cybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turned and faced Harry again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this, opened the door of the cafe, and then headed out into the thick fog. Trouve que Cybil ressemble à Maria, ouais. Cybil looks back and sees that the cafe has disappeared into the fog. Having lost her motorcycle, Cybil can only wander about on foot and alone in the eerie town. It's too quiet. There's no sense of anyone at all. I would like to haul a taxi or something, but there's not a single car running. At some point, Cybil had begun to run. Above all, she must get out of Silent Hill. However, after running for a bit, Cybil's hopes were crushed. Ouais, c'est ça. All roads leading out of town were cut off. and it was as if the entire town was floating in the air. There was no way for anyone to enter the town. Ah, Cybil sighed deeply. She then decides to try going back the way she came. After running for a bit, she comes to another steep valley like before. It is wide and impedes her passage. And then she became sure that it was not possible to escape from this place. T'as été déçu par Alyssa, hein? Cybil felt like a bird in a cage. She walked apathetically and aimlessly through the falling snow. It was not long before a black, wriggling object appeared in her field of vision. Ooh, what is that? From off in the fog, the four-legged thing moved at a slow pace as it gradually closed the distance between it and her. And then, as soon as it detected Cybil, it began to forcefully run towards her, scattering the fog as it moves. The monster. Il a attaqué Cybil. Ah, pas le choix. Yeah! Cybil just manages to duck in time and the fierce monster passed over her head. It continues forward just for a little bit and then turns around. It is clear that it is coming after Cybil. Cybil placed her hand on her belt to draw her handgun. She utters, "Oh!" She had just given her handgun to Harry not long ago. She went pale. Cybil forcefully stands up and begins to run with all her strength. The sound of the monster footsteps and its panting close in on her as it persistently chases her from behind. 130 heures, tabarnak. She stomps on the pavement as she moves forward. In the corner of her eyes, Cybil sees building appears out and disappeared into the fog. And at some point, she ends up losing her bearing and becomes unsure of her location. She then notices that she no longer senses the presence of the monster. She stops and leans against an antique lamppost and presses on her chest. She waits as the time between her continuous white breaths gradually increases and then begins walking again. Je suis capable d'attendre un autre 4 ans, je comprends, 130 heures. Calms herself down. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Cybil then worried about what she should do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. I should look for the police station. Even if the person I was talking to on the phone with earlier isn't there, I might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Following the thread of her memory, she begins walking along the complicated intersecting streets. Ah ouais, elle se rend direct au poste de police, ok, pas de niaisage. Just how long have I been walking? As she saw the word police appear from out the fog, her entire body was completely exhausted. She opened the glass door at the entrance and heads inside. As she does this, she sees that no one is here, which is just as she had expected. The lack of any sound is painful to her ears. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved towards a room that the door had been left open for. The plate beside the door says meeting room. Compared to the same room at the Bram station, this one is quite small. She looked around the room. Ah. The phone is off the hook. Two long, simple folding tables are lined up next to each other in the room, which is about 140 square feet in size. Folding chairs surrounding the tables. The disorderly state of the chair makes the empty station seem unnatural. A telephone is on top of the small wooden desk that had been placed in the corner of the room. The telephone receiver is dangling in the air just above the floor, as if it had fallen off. Hey, Rogaille, hey, merci beaucoup pour ton sub. Merci pour ton sub Prime, mec. Super gentil pour un total de 13 mois. Je sais pas ce qui se passe avec mes lumières, mais là, ils restent buggés après les alertes. C'est la première fois que ça me fait ça. C'est bizarre. On voit que je revise ça entre les prochains streams. Un gros merci pour ton sub, mec. C'est super gentil. J'apprécie. Super cool. It's bouncing up and down. I wonder if the phone that was connected to. If it's the phone. Cybil hangs the receiver up, but then picks it back up again and places it against her ear. Of course, it is not working. The problem is that the police station is completely empty. Even Cybil, who had been skeptical about the condition of the town up to this point, now has to accept things as they were. Non, je sais pas si elle a fait ça aussi au dernier raid. On a eu un raid puis les lumières sont pas revenues. Va falloir que je regarde mon code. Je sais pas trop. There is a phone. A scribbled memo has been placed next to it. $38, $26, $47. Bon, moi, j'ai prévu le coup, puis je me suis mis un bouton reset pour les lumières. Fait que quand ça arrive, je peux juste... je peux juste éteindre et rallumer. Cybil hastily repositioned the telephone receiver. Daddy? Cheryl. This is Cheryl, right? I am looking for you. Can you hear me? Daddy? Help me. The telephone is muddled, so Cybil cannot hear it very clearly. Cheryl, I'm coming to help you now. Tell me where you are. In the elementary school. Oh, ouais, fait qu'elle communique directement avec Cheryl. The phone went dead. Yeah. What was that all about? Cybil left the police station. Cybil is once again in the city streets where the snow is falling. That's right. Cybil recalled her conversation with Harry. Oh yeah, Cybil. Haven't you seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? Yes, Cheryl. I wonder if I will be able to rescue her unarmed in this town which has become a nest of monsters. But Cybil is a police officer. To find and protect Cheryl is her responsibility and her mission. Realizing this, Cybil could not sit still, and in the next moment she was gone. There should be an elementary school on the edge of the town. Cybil followed her intuition and decided that Cheryl probably headed for the school after wandering around town. For her training in child psychology, she has learned that if a child loses their parents or guardian, then the chance is high that they will be drawn to places that they are most used to going. Places where there are a lot of people. However, ahead of her all knowledge, either a bit instinctively or due to a sense similar to that of a memory coming back, She believed somewhere within her heart that Cheryl was probably at the elementary school. Cybil may have been drawn here by someone. As she nears the elementary school, part of her shirt becomes soaked with clammy sweat. Chérie, c'est dégueulasse. It is really okay to go inside? She asked herself this many times. As she reached the edge of the school grounds, her conscientious sense of duty as a police officer rose up within her along her sense of reason, and she began to walk naturally towards the school. It is now too late for her to turn back. She readies herself, and then using both hands, she pushes the door in front of her open with all her strength. The H building reeked of a particular mildew. However, its insides were much cleaner than she had expected, and Cybil found this a bit surprising. Hey, regarde avec le gift sub, ben voyons donc. Ça l'a été en anneau. Un gros merci. Ah, tu vois, là, c'est revenu, là, c'est correct. Un gros merci pour ton gift sub, dude. Super gentil. Yes! Gros merci. Merci de ta générosité, bro. Super nice. However, its insides, ça on l'a lu. Perhaps it was just the result of her enduring the cold wind for so long, but she had a terrible headache. Cybil pressed her finger to her temples and eventually began to walk aimlessly again. Ah, c'est le même screen que tantôt. Ça aurait été cool, ça soit un screen différent. Cybil opened a door leading to a long hallway. Faut pas trop y en demander quand même, ça reste un jeu de Game Boy Advance. Là. She looked through the glass windows placed in the doors of the classroom while slowly walking. There was no signs of Cheryl. The courtyard is to her right. The landscaping is very nice and has been well cared for. The snow has become sleet. Quoi ça veut dire sleet? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui le sait? S-L-E-E-T? Je sais pas ce que ça veut dire exactement. It does not look like it will accumulate. Ah, peut-être que c'est fondant, genre? In the back of the courtyard, there is an old feeling clock tower. However, Cybil is not particularly interested in it. La slush, genre? Calé, je pensais que c'était les vieux iOS des premiers téléphones avec le DLC téléchargeable. Ben, ça ressemble quasiment à ça, Mad Wolf. C'est l'adaptation visual novel de Silent Hill 1 sur Game Boy Advance. Puis justement, dans ce jeu-là, t'avais un DLC téléchargeable. En 2001, c'était quand même fucked up. Tu branchais ta Game Boy sur ton téléphone mobile, puis tu pouvais télécharger un DLC. Ça veut dire supprimer. Okay? Ouais, ça doit être la neige qui tombe puis qui fond à mesure, en fait. Ouais, ben il a passé sur le radar de beaucoup de gens parce qu'il est juste sorti au Japon, en fait. Puis après le 2010 environ, il y a une traduction. Puis en 2017, il a été porté sur PC. Fait que c'est normal qu'il y a beaucoup de monde qui est passé à côté, là. C'est très normal. I wonder how Harry is doing. I wonder if the gun that I gave him has come in handy. If I cannot meet with Harry after I find Cheryl, then I will be meaningless. We should have made plans to rendezvous somewhere. Cybil thought this, but at this point nothing could be done. Ouais, c'est ça, c'était particulier aussi là, de brancher ton téléphone à ta Game Boy pour télécharger un DLC. C'était quand même assez fucked up. Là. Pas pour rien que ce DLC-là, il est perdu aussi. Là. Il n'y a pas personne qui l'a archivé, puis tu peux pas jouer. Là. Il y a des petites vidéos qui en parlent, mais c'est tout. Là. At any rate, there was a horrible headache. It is gradually getting worse, dulling her sense of time and space. Ouais, c'est ça, il y a un DLC avec ce jeu-là, mais On peut pas l'obtenir, malheureusement. C'est du lost media rendu là. A sluggishness similar to sleepiness grabs her entire body. Perhaps I'm just dreaming all this, Cybil thought. It is difficult for a person to tell whether they are dreaming or not while in a dream. Sleet is tiny ice pellets formed when the snow melts and refreezes in the air. Ok, fait que c'est du verglas, genre, c'est des petits grains de verglas. Un peu comme Harry décrivait au début qu'il entendait taper sur son windshield. Ok, je vois. Merci, merci de préciser. 254-601. She has no memory of how she got to this town. So it seems natural for her to think that she has been in a deep sleep. Since the moment of the motorcycle accident until now, or possibly from even before then. Fait qu'elle a le même sentiment qu'Harry, c'est quand même assez cool. From the time of the phone call with the Silent Hill police station, or maybe. While contemplating the many possibilities, Cybil climbed the stairs to the second floor of the school. Mais pourtant, elle a l'air de descendre dans le sous-sol. Ça fit pas. And then, she heard a melody being played on the piano. She heard the scream of a little girl. Bon, ben, vu qu'on s'en fout un peu, je vous laisse choisir. Qu'est-ce qu'on prend, A ou B? Parce que pour le premier parti, je voulais vraiment qu'on reste vraiment le plus 1 pour 1 avec le jeu, mais là, je m'en contrefous de ce qui va se passer, en fait. Fait que vous avez 10-15 secondes. On fait A ou B. Sinon, ben, je vais y aller aléatoirement. Bon, ben, fuck off, on va faire A. Ah, sorry, Rock Guy, si j'ai été trop rapide. Désolé, mec. And then she heard a melody being played on the piano from one of the classrooms. A nervous look ran across Cybil's face. At the same time, she felt relief. As if being drawn by the sound of the piano, Cybil cautiously moved toward the room that music is coming from. While feeling along the wall with her hand, music room. That is what is written on the door. The beautiful melody is definitely being played by someone in the room. Cybil places her hand on the door. And at that moment, the music suddenly stopped and the area was enveloped in silence. Who's there? She said this and then opens the door. Inside the center of the room, a grand piano has been placed. The piano appears cramped within the cozy room. Ouais, ben, c'est un visual novel, fait que c'est juste ça de la lecture, en fait. Là. No one is sitting in front of the piano. Cybil approaches the piano. Toujours moins pire que Silent Hill Short Message. Its cover is open and the blacks and whites on the keyboard stand out. Almost like smoke, the player of the piano appears to have vanished into thin air. Strange. Cybil mutters. Behind the curtains under the piano, Cybil looked in all places in the room that a person could hide. There is only one entrance to this room. There is no other way to enter this room other than by using the door that Cybil just came through. Did they just jump out of the window? Hey, j'ai entendu une remarque négative sur The Short Message. Effectivement, oui. No, this is the second floor. Falling from here would result in more than just an injury. Having become a little spooked, she turned to leave the room. In the next instant, Cybil's heart nearly stopped. Comme j'ai dit, la seule raison pourquoi j'ai apprécié Short Message, c'était que c'était gratuit. Là. Mais si j'avais eu à payer $1 pour ce jeu-là, ça aurait été très, très, très négatif, mon review, honnêtement. At the entrance to the music room, a white-faced girl was sitting still and just looking at Cybil. On dirait qu'elle chie. She appeared to be afraid of something, and her wide eyes were filled with tears that looked like jewels. Cheryl? Are you Cheryl? Cybil regained her composure and approached the little girl. She kneeled and softly placed her hand on the girl's shoulders, and the girl nodded. My name is Cybil. Your daddy is looking for you. If we don't hurry back to him, your daddy is braving dangers running around this town. Have you seen that ferocious-looking monster? Cybil thought of the monster that she had seen in town as she spoke. Cheryl? Ben, la vérité, c'est que dans Silent Hill 1, tout le monde voit les monstres. Fait que ça ferait plus du sens que... Là, c'est un peu fucké parce que là, ce que le livre explique pas, c'est que ce qu'on voit, c'est pas Cheryl en ce moment, là. C'est la représentation de Cheryl parce qu'elle n'est plus depuis l'entrée au village. Fait qu'on va dire B. Yeah. You mean that one that looks like a dog? I have seen it. But he was not ferocious. He won't attack anyone or anything like that. Cybil spoke with surprise. It attacked me. And I have given my handgun to your daddy. Ça aussi, ça fait pas de sens parce que Cybil, elle a quand même un handgun. Puis elle a pas donné son service pistol, fait qu'on sait pas quel gun elle y a donné, mais elle a toujours un pistolet dans sa possession dans le storyline original. I thought I was going to die, but he was nice to me. And he listens to what I say. Cybil was half shocked and sided. Ah, ça pourrait faire du sens, pardon. Well, okay. It would be terrible if you got hurt. I will protect you. Let's go to your daddy. It is my duty to take you to him. Saying this, Cybil takes Cheryl's hands in hers and they leave the music room. By chance, the two of them happen to look out a window. Salut Extalion. Bon dimanche. From where they are, the visible courtyard has become completely enveloped in darkness. For it to become night so soon. For a moment, Cybil cannot believe her eyes, but then she was only able to worry about whether she would be able to meet Harry. The two of them walked down the pitch-black hallway. Because of the difference in their strides, their footsteps overlap as they echo. At the moment they approached the entrance to the school grounds, Cheryl spoke directly for the first time. I don't want to leave here. I don't want to see my daddy. If we meet there will be sadness. You should go back, ma'am. Cybil stopped walking and spoke while just staring at Cheryl. It's your daddy. There's no reason that it would be sad for you to see him. If you stay here, then you might get hurt or worse. Things would then be truly sad. Saying that, Cybil begins walking again. After a bit, she stops and adds, It's miss, not ma'am. And then the two of them left the school. Just what time is it now? Cybil curses the fact that she forgot her watch at Bram Station. It is probably late at night. She no longer feels the headache or sleepiness from just before. Holding Cheryl's cold hand, Cybil's focus her mind on locating Harry. She figured out that Harry was no longer in the cafe, but wonders if maybe he left a memo or something there for her. C'est un peu bizarre, c'est un peu contradictoire parce que si ça s'avait vraiment passé, Cybil l'aurait mentionné quand elle rencontre Harry dans la boutique antique. C'est un peu la raison pourquoi je disais que tout ce qui se passe dans ce bouquin-là peut pas vraiment être pris au pied de la lettre. Là. On peut pas prendre ça comme ce qui s'est passé avec Cybil pendant l'histoire de Silent Hill 1, malheureusement. C'est quand même cool, mais on s'en tient à ça. Là. Compared to Harry, Cybil should know the geography of Silent Hill better because of her profession. However, because of the darkness and thick fog that limits her field of vision, she is in a situation in which it is difficult to know even her current position. She had encountered a strange monster on her way to the school. So now, she did not have much confidence in being able to find her way back to the cafe. The sky began to get light while Cybil walked and contemplated the route to the cafe. This made her think that perhaps time is rapidly passing in the town alone. Although the fog was present as ever to decrease visibility, she could see a lot better now. Ooh. And then, before she knew it, the cafe was right in front of her. Something isn't right. Cybil feels a sense of discord within her. However, her feet continued on as if guided by strong power to the inside of the cafe. Oh, ouais. Cybil led Cheryl through the entrance of the cafe. The inside of the cafe had been ravaged. The glass windows facing the street were broken and several tables were knocked on their sides. So Cybil could not move any further. Oh my god! I wonder if Harry's alright. The red pour of liquid reflects vividly in Cybil's eyes. She prayed that it was not Harry's blood. Non, c'est le blood à Chris, tout le monde le sait. Harry, it's me. It's Cybil. I found Cheryl. If you are here, then please come out. There's no answer. Cybil had begun to step forward, but then gasped with an huh? Just what is this? The corpse of a brown-colored monster that Cybil has never seen before lies in the center of the pool of red liquid. Several shells are scattered about, which meant that Harry probably had a battle here. Since Harry was no longer here, she guessed that he defeated the monster and then left to search for Cheryl. Is he hurt? Cybil began to search the area, cautiously moved towards the monster. Peu importe, là. On va faire A. Thinking that perhaps there was a memo, Cybil began her search with the counter. However, did not appear to be anything there. Maybe Harry left here in a hurry after being attacked by the monster. Cybil looked at Cheryl. With the bloody scene in front of her, Cheryl was surprisingly calm. From the time she looked out the window as if she were concerned about something. Well, your daddy's not here. Let's look somewhere else. Cybil took Cheryl's hand, and without a word, they rushed out into the snowy streets once again. A church bell is ringing. The bell rings forcefully, almost as if it had been waiting for them to leave the cafe. There are still other people here. Cybill's eyes glittered. This might be Harry's way of telling me where he is. And even if it's not Harry, if there's someone still here in town, then she would like to meet them and hear what they have to say. Cybill's feet naturally pointed towards the church, expecting to find a clue to escaping and reuniting with Harry. She tightly gripped Cheryl's hand and began to run. Non, je croirais pas. J'avais fait des recherches, puis le version browser, c'était vraiment juste le même truc que j'ai en ce moment, là. Parce qu'honnêtement, si ça avait fait surface sur Internet, c'est sûr que la communauté l'aurait archivé, là. Peut-être qu'à un certain point, ça l'était, mais en tout cas, de nos jours, c'est plus vraiment trouvable. Ouais, c'est ça. Sur Alchemia Hospital, c'était le jeu. C'était le premier draft des bêtas de la traduction, disons, là. Parce qu'avant, il n'y avait pas la façon la plus complète de jouer à la traduction, c'était sur un browser, justement, sur ce site-là. Fait que je pense que c'est juste ça, en fait. Parce qu'après recherche, il n'y a pas façon d'obtenir ce DLC-là, malheureusement. Peut-être un jour, on sait pas. Once they arrived at the church, the ringing stopped, and a large door at the entrance began to open from the inside. Cybil then thought that perhaps someone had been watching her movement all this time. She looked up at the top of the church and then began to look around nervously until a voice saying, "This way," brought her back to her senses. Ah, c'est ça, ils ont juste flippé les assets du jeu puis ils ont créé une autre histoire, là. Parce qu'à date, c'est toutes les mêmes images quasiment. Cybil faced the eerie woman from a distance. The woman once more called out Cybil this way. Cybil mysteriously moved towards the woman. Were you the one ringing that bell? Coucou, un onomatopée for a chuckle. The woman's face suddenly twisted and she began laughing loudly. She saw Cybil's perplexed expression, but thought nothing of it, and just waved her hand left and right in front of Cybil's face. I have been waiting for you. Non, vraiment, ce qu'on sait, c'est que le petit gars s'intéressait à Cheryl, puis s'est glissé dans le véhicule de Harry et s'est ramassé à Silent Hill, mais c'est tout ce qu'on sait, malheureusement. J'ai entendu dire qu'on va l'apercevoir dans ce scénario-là, puis c'est tout. I've been waiting for you. You have come just as I expected. Cybil cocked her head to the side. Do you live here? The woman nodded and then looked at Cheryl. You have done well to come here. You know, don't you? You now, don't you? Ça fait pas de sens que Cheryl soit en face de elle. C'est fucking weird. Parce que son but ultime, c'est de retrouver l'autre partie d'Alessa. Fait ça a comme vraiment aucun sens ce qui se passe en ce moment. Mais pourquoi Spring, ça se passe avant? Parce que son scénario est en 4 parties. Puis ça représentait les saisons. C'est tout ce qu'on sait. Je sais pas pourquoi, je sais pas c'était quoi. Je sais que le DLC est en 4 parties. La première partie était gratuite, puis il fallait que tu payes pour les 3 autres. Puis que chacun des chapitres représentait une saison. C'est tout ce que je sais. And you were hesitant to come alone, weren't you? But in the end, I was able to meet you. It is all thanks to that woman. Des DLC en 2001, c'est incroyable quand même. I don't understand what you are talking about. Cybil's words may or may not have reached her, but that woman began to laugh loudly again. Hey, tell me. Why are there no people here? Why are all the exits from town are blocked? I do not know either. But shouldn't you be asking that girl instead? Cybil had a look of what on her face. She looked at Cheryl. Cheryl's face went tearful. Was tearful, pardon. And she shook her head back and forth. Cybil looked back at the woman and shouted at her. Stop all the nonsense. You have been pursued by monsters and nearly killed. If I was not protecting this child, then who knows what could have happened to her by now. The path of the wise man, the fool guided to this land through astrology. Everything has been preordained. There is nothing that I can do. You are not holding that child's hand. That child is holding yours. Her anger showing Cybil went to open her mouth. But at that moment, the woman blocked her. I am Dahlia Gillespie. With that in hand, I wonder where you will end up going. I have nothing for you and nothing to tell you. You must escape from the demon's grasp as soon as possible. You must find the means to do so for your own sake. There is nothing I can do now. I will pray for your safety. Cybil Bennett. Cybil was shocked to be called by name. As she watched Dahlia quickly depart, she wasn't able to speak. Puis là, Dahlia, elle se pousse, mais elle va retourner où elle était déjà là à la base pour voir Harry. Ça fait vraiment aucun sens là, jusqu'à présent. Ça. After Dahlia disappeared behind a door, Cybil regained herself. She tightly held Cheryl's hand and they left the church. Right after they left the church, Cheryl began to speak. Hey, miss. I'm fine by myself now. This is not my first time coming here, and I have met that lady we just saw before. Cybil stops in surprise. What do you mean? I have a place that I want to go, but I can only go alone. If you are with me, I won't be able to go, and then something terrible is sure to happen. Something terrible? Why? Your daddy is looking for you. Until I get you back to your daddy, I cannot leave your side. You're wrong. My daddy must not find me. Someone is waiting for me. In order to meet that person, Cybil let out a short sigh. She snaps and scolds Cheryl. She kindly admonishes Cheryl. Ouais, ben c'est pour ça que ça fait aucun sens. C'est qu'il se passe exactement tous les mêmes trucs. C'est quoi? Dahlia a sonné la cloche. La cloche a arrêté de sonner. Cybil est arrivée. Elle est retournée dans l'église. Elle a sonné la cloche. Harry est arrivé par la suite. Ça fait comme vraiment, vraiment, vraiment pas de sens ce qui se passe en ce moment. Just stop and be quiet. Cybil snapped at Cheryl. A child like you should not be left alone in a dangerous town like this. Please do not be so difficult. I am a police officer. It is my job to return you to your daddy. Please understand. Once more, Cybil began to walk down the foggy street with Cheryl in town. In town? Bref. At first, Cheryl resisting holding Cybil's hand as hard as she could. But once she realized this was futile, she reluctantly followed along behind Cybil while wiping away her tears. Cheryl muttered something so that it could not be heard. Let's go, goodbye. Bye, let's go. After walking for a bit, the two of them started to notice that the murmuring of water had begun to interfere with their conversation. Ah, Cheryl stopped walking. Ah, c'est là qu'on va voir Andy, je pense. Water was splashing up from the strong current in the old aqueduct through the white fog. Due to the bad weather, the water level had risen up to the fortified concrete embankment. So rather than an aqueduct, it was more like an overflowing river that was in a dangerous state. What is that? Ah, c'est ça. Si je fais un boy... Aïe, aïe. Si je fais un boy drowning, on va voir Andy, mais logiquement, il faut sauver Cheryl. On va juste voir ce que ça donne. C'est ça, il est là, Andy. A boy stood alone in the current. He was fighting the current and appeared to be holding on to a fragile protrusion with all his might. Miss, look! Cheryl's scream broke away from Cybil's hand and then began to walk towards the boy. Cheryl, that's dangerous! Cybil instantly chased after her. A stone barrier runs parallel to the aqueduct. It is about shoulder width and about the height of a child. Falling to the right from the barrier could result in injury, and falling to the left would probably result in being swallowed up by the current. Cheryl nimbly ran along the top of the narrow barrier. Wait, that is dangerous! Her words were ineffective. Using her innate physical prowess, Cybil got on top of the barrier. However, she could not run along as nimbly as Cheryl. By the time Cybil caught up to Cheryl, she was lying prone on the top of the barrier and reaching out towards the embankment avec un K, trying to grasp the body's hair. Mais quoi qu'embarkment, il me semble qu'il y a un K aussi dans... Pas dans Dino Crisis, quelque chose du genre. Fait que ça doit être écrit adéquatement. That's dangerous, you will fall in. It's too much for you. We will save this boy. Help me, miss. Please. Cybil lightly jumps down onto the embankment side and is again surprised by the strength of the current. Cheryl is leaning out halfway and looks as if she could fall at any moment and be swallowed by the dark waters. Cheryl, you stay right there and don't move. I'll be sure to save him. Cheryl says nothing and just stares at Cybil. Cybil's fooling is quickly being eaten away by strong current. As long as snow continues to pour into the entire town, the aqueduct will certainly continue to overflow. Ouais, c'est ça. C'est juste moi qui n'est pas habitué de le voir, fait que comme à toutes les fois, je pense que c'est une faute. The water is up to Cybil's knees. As the water pulls her leg, Cybil reaches her hand toward the boy. The boy's face is covered in the white splashes, so Cybil cannot see it very well. Everything's all right, don't worry. Cybil shouts out to give the boy hope. But the boy just appeared to be caught in the protrusion like a rag, and perhaps that is the best way to describe him. Cybil eventually grasps the boy's left arm and is relieved a little. Everything is fine, trust me, Cybil says kindly. However, the current of the water is faster than she had imagined. Pulling the boy against the current will not be easy. There is nowhere to grab on, and she cannot put any strength into it. The freezing cold is robbing her body and its warmth, and her fingertips are going numb. Miss, it is impossible. You two will be swept away by the current. Cheryl calls out to Cybil from behind. Cybil has a maternal feeling that she must save this boy, even if it means she will end up getting swept away. It will be okay, just a little more. Got it. Cybil gets a firm grasp on the boy's arm and then successfully pulls his small body up. Ah, great. Are you okay? The boy does not answer right away and just takes troubled breaths over and over. It is not surprising because he just nearly drowned. The boy remained crouched for a bit, but then finally began to speak. You were the one that pushed me in. From seeing the look of surprise on Cybil's face, the boy changed his words. Not you, her. It was that child. The boy rushes at Cheryl. Before Cybil could even think to stop him, the boy grabbed Cheryl's arm and pulled her towards the current. Bon. What are you doing? Stop it now. What do you know? Why don't you tell her to stop? Cheryl falls into the water and begins to be swept away by the strong current. She would have to question the boy later. Cybil stomps as she runs along the concrete to keep up with Cheryl. Cheryl! Ah! Cybil's weak shouts were replaced by the sounds of the water splashing. She slips and ends up in the whirlpool of strong current, and is swallowed by the dark waters along with Cheryl. Fine. Everything is dark. There is not even a single sound. Cybil cannot tell whether her eyes are open or closed. The end is gripping Cybil's and suddenly moved. I may have used you, miss. Cybil made a face like what? And immediately asked, what are you saying? That's why I was against it. You are a good person, so I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. But in the end, I've made you suffer. I guess that it's the It's the same thing as getting you involved. Cybil smiles. I have said it many times, but it's my job to get you back into your father's custody. Getting me involved or whatnot, it's not a problem. You're wrong, miss. Silence flows between the two of them. As for what daddy will do and so on, those are issues that do not even compare to what I'm dealing with. My own personal issues. It's something that I should never tell anyone. Something very important. I have thought about this for so long. I have been confused by it for so long. However, maybe I can tell you about it, miss. The reason why there is no one in town, the reason why I don't want to see my daddy, and also my true. Once again, there is silence. You're true? You're true what? Do you know something? However, that question is not answered. Salut, Hotsack! Ouais, ben, c'était plus tôt aujourd'hui parce que j'ai un spectacle à soir, fait que j'ai commencé à comme 10 heures à matin. Mais de toute façon, ça va être archivé tout ça, là, si tu veux te taper de la longue lecture. C'est un visual novel, fait qu'on fait que de la lecture là, depuis le début du stream. Oh. Ouais, c'est ça, on n'est pas sur l'horaire régulier, mais dimanche prochain, ça va être à 15h. Dimanche prochain, on fait Silent Hill 2 à ne pas manquer. And then the low sound of motion runs through the floor and causes a slightly quiver in Cybil's stomach. Ça va super bien. Super bien. Le scénario d'Harry était vraiment cool. Là. C'est comme du 1 pour 1 avec le jeu original. C'était vraiment nice. Mais là, on fait le scénario de Cybil, puis ça s'en va un petit peu n'importe où. Là. Je le fais juste par principe pour dire qu'on a fait le jeu au complet, dans le fond. Là. To her front, she has only a glimpse of a single shaft of light. The light thinly extends up and down and eventually expands to the left and right, revealing a small room. It is an elevator. Mm-hmm. The elevator doors have opened wide and it sits ready, almost as if it has come for Cybil. Cybil and the girl are lit by its light. And then, Cybil felt the grip of the girl that she was holding on to become weak. No, wait. An illusion? No. The two of us are definitely holding hands. Cybil looked toward the girl. Her entire body was paralyzed with a chill. Powerlessly, Cybil sank down in that very spot. Her vision is hazy. The color drains from her entire body. The girl is not there in the light. The thing that Cybil is holding on to, it is... Cybil suppressed a shriek. This was a green jelly-like object. It was a slightly dirty but familiar doll. Bah, choice A. It was an unknown green jelly-like object. Cybil instantly stands up. It drips down in strands through the space between Cybil's fingers, connecting her hands with the tiles of the floor. She was unable to do anything but watch, and when the final drop hit the floor, Cybil then powerlessly kneeled down. What was that girl's name? It was a name she said many times, but for some reason, Cybil could not remember it. Cybil closes her eyes and remained there frozen. I'm losing my mind. She sobbed alone inside the elevator. The town, along with the lives of several people, had been swallowed up within the devil's dark grab. Inside the small box, she calmed her breathing while shaking her shoulders hard. First of all, I should look for Harry, and then work with him to escape from this wretched world. Quite a bit of time passed since the one lamp has gone out on the floor display. From the vibration, she could tell that she was descending, but even still, this has gone on for too long. Ça fait penser à la scène dans l'ascenseur de Silent Hill 2 un peu. Staring at the display of B1, she had pushed her back against the wall and slumped. Is there something in the basement of this building? Deep in the ground? And if Cybil was brought here, then what was the reason? Eventually, the elevator begins to gradually slow its descent. And at the same time that it comes to a complete stop, the B1 lamp lights up. And then its doors open. Cybil dully felt the series of movement. With the doors open, the light that illuminates the passage to extend in front of her pours into the elevator. As Cybil begins to walk forward, it almost looks like that light is supporting her from behind. It is cold. Although she was just walking down a corridor that is like one in a gel, Cybil's heart beats irregularly. Eventually, a single door appears. The passage ends up with this door. Perhaps all the mysteries of B1 will lie in this room. I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. The voice of the girl fitted about in the back of Cybil's mind. What was the girl's goal? And where is Harry? Perhaps Harry has come here in the same manner as well. Or she had a feeling that by opening this door, the many questions whirling about in her head would all be put to rest. Cybil summoned forth her courage and placed her hand on the door. It is hot, and Cybil immediately takes her hands off the knob. Something is burning beyond this door. It is impossible to open this door by hand. Just from touching the door, the palm of Cybil's hands stirringly hurts. She kicks the door with all her might. With hopeful feeling, she continues to kick the door over and over with the thick sole of her boots. Finally, the knob breaks and the door forcefully opens inwards. At the same time, hot wind singe Cybil's hair. Excusez. C'est ça je pensais. And then Cybil saw it. The room is about as large as a movie theater. Fire has spread all throughout. It has begun to collapse. Beyond the debris and flames, a man holding something in his chest and heading towards another exit in order to get out. And just as he reached the exit, the vigorously burning flames lit the side of his face. It was... Ouais, ça bouge un peu des fois. Il y a des petits gifs. On va dire que c'est Harry. And it was unmistakably Harry. Harry! Cybil's voice was a scream. Without backing away, she ran into the room, which had become hell-like. A piece of rubble enveloped in flames fell right in front of her. Gah! Cybil had fallen back on her behind, but instantly stood up, moved around the obstacle, and proceeded further into the room. However, she had lost Harry. Harry! She once again yelled out his name. Someone is collapsed at her feet. A girl dressed in white clothing is lying face down and her back moves up and down along with her breathing. Cybil stops, knees down, and places her hand on the girl's shoulder. Are you okay? If you stay here, you will be burned to death. Hurry and get up. The girl just remains face down and does not even try to look up. Cybil forcefully lifts the girl's shoulders up and then her face freezes. The girl is the one that she was just traveling with. The girl's name suddenly rises up to her memory. Cheryl. Cheryl, why are you here? Cybil carries Cheryl Small's body and heads for the exit. Cheryl has suffered serious burn on her entire body. If they don't get out quickly, then not only Cheryl but Cybil as well will be burned to ash. Black smoke rises from Cheryl's white clothing. The girl was just barely conscious and her face is pale. Part of her hair is burned and her right cheek is red and swollen. Cybil sheds tears. The sound of explosions resounds from all directions and the floor shakes and rumbles. Cybil holds the burned girl close to protect her and runs. In order to save the faint life in front of her, Cybil risks her own life. Cybil devotes herself completely to her current goal, and she considers this to be her duty. Cybil avoids debris as she heads toward the exit. At the same time, she thinks, the man she just saw, he seems to have just abandoned this girl. And if that is that the case? C'est dur à suivre, là. Cybil finally arrives at the exit and places foot on the white staircase that extends in front of her. And then she races up it. From behind, the loudest explosion yet occurs. A sea of fire is just behind Cybil and is closing in on her. As she climbs the long staircase, Cybil has a goal of reaching the light coming from above the ground. Or perhaps she just senses that it is her last hope, so she runs stronger and faster up the stairs. Cybil glances down at Cheryl's face. Oh my god, ok. Oh! Ça finit de même! Un peu décevant quand même, comme... un petit peu décevant comme side story, là, tu sais, ça paraît que le premier était vraiment basé sur le jeu parce qu'il y avait une histoire d'établi. Tu vois qu'il n'y avait pas trop d'originalité dans ça, là. J'aurais espéré quand même qu'on retourne, mettons, à la boutique antique, qu'on voit Harry, des petits détails comme ça. J'aurais aimé ça vraiment voir une progression d'événements cohérente avec ce qui s'est passé dans Silent Hill 1. Mais il faut quand même pas trop lui en demander. Puis comme j'ai expliqué au début du stream, ben c'était pas les membres du Team Silent qui ont travaillé sur ce jeu-là. Fait que c'était une belle expérience. C'était quand même assez cool, guys. En plus, je vais avoir fait 6 heures de stream pareil aujourd'hui. Ah, je suis bien content. Bien content. Mais le scénario de Cybil, bof, mais le scénario de Harry est vraiment cool. Là. Pour les fans de Silent Hill, là, je le conseille. Là. Vous écrasez tranquille puis vous lisez ça. Là. Très, 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 très cool. Même à un certain point, rendu dans le nowhere, j'étais vraiment rentré. Là. C'était très, 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 très cool. J'ai bien aimé ça. Fait que merci à la communauté qui ont porté ça sur PC, qui ont traduit ça. Parce qu'il y a une 10-15 d'années, là, on n'aurait pas pu jouer à ça, étant donné que c'est juste en japonais. Bon, gamme-moi le singe qui se pointe. Gamme-moi le singe. Ben oui, Thomas qui se pointe, mon gros tabarnak. Il a décidé qu'il s'ennuyait, lui, là. J'ai fini, là, Thomas. J'ai fini, Thomas. Moi, je m'en viens, là. Je m'en viens. Je m'en viens. Oh. Ouais, fait que c'était bien cool, guys. J'imagine que c'était pas pour tout le monde, là. C'était quand même un gros stream de lecture, puis c'était bien différent d'habitude. Mais moi, de mon côté, je suis bien content d'avoir vécu ça, puis d'avoir enregistré une VOD justement pour la série Silent Hill. C'était super cool. Oh ouais, c'est vraiment un gros singe, mon chat. C'est vraiment un gros singe. Bon, il est reparti. Il s'ennuie. Pas habitué que je le laisse tout seul tout le temps. Fait que ça va être ça pour aujourd'hui, guys. Comme j'ai dit, c'est pas un programme habituel, puis fallait que je me sauve pas trop tard. Justement, il me reste 1 heure pour me préparer, souper puis m'en aller. Fait que c'est juste parfait dans les temps. J'avais bien calculé mes affaires. Puis ben au moins ça va être fait. Fait que je sais pas trop ce qu'on va faire mercredi, guys. J'ai une couple d'idées en tête, mais seul le temps nous le dira. Puis dimanche prochain, c'est quoi, le 24, je pense? C'est ça? Ouais, dimanche le 24 à partir de 15h ou 20h, 21h, ça dépend parce qu'en Europe, vous n'avez pas encore changé l'heure, là. Mais bref, dans ces eaux-là, on se tape Silent Hill 2. On parle de l'histoire en détail, on en aura pour une 12aine d'heures, on va montrer toutes les fins, puis on va parler de tous les petits ins and outs de ce merveilleux jeu-là qui est Silent Hill 2. Qui sait, je m'en vais raider. Il y a Wiper, mais il y a Mysterion j'ai rarement la chance d'aller raider, là. Je pense qu'on va aller faire ça. Il y a Runo Taku, il est sur quoi? Ziplash. Y a-t-il quelqu'un, si je descends dans la liste, peut-être, là, tu sais, quelqu'un que j'ai jamais pu raider, là. J'aime ça des fois. Ouais, non, on va raider Mysterion. On va raider le beau et gentil Mysterion. Mysterion, c'est un membre de la communauté, la Team Tropique, en fait. Il speedrun beaucoup de Resident Evil, mais plus les modernes. Fait que si vous aimez les nouveaux Resident Evil, là, il est beaucoup là-dessus, Mysterion. Super nice guy. Gros fan de South Park, toujours des références. Si vous parlez de South Park, il va tout de suite vous sortir des refs. Il est super cool, le gars. J'aime bien ça discuter avec. J'ai eu la chance de le rencontrer au No Reset. Il a l'air d'un bien nice guy. Fait que je lance le raid, gars, je m'éterniserai pas. Comme j'ai dit, j'étais un peu pressé aujourd'hui, là. Fait que je vous laisse de même. Mais bien content d'avoir pu faire le plein novel avec vous autres. Je vais m'assurer d'archiver ça sur la chaîne puis sur le YouTube. Si jamais ça vous tente, là, j'ai ma chaîne YouTube dans la description, dans tous mes liens. Puis j'ai la chaîne YouTube principale où je mets des trucs. Mais si vous voulez les VOD, pas coupés, pas rien, je les donne sur Undead Matt's VOD sur YouTube. Fait que je vous encourage à aller voir ça. Je commence à mettre du stock là, sur cette chaîne-là. Fait qu'un gros merci d'avoir été là, guys. On se revoit mercredi. Comme j'ai dit, je sais pas trop ce qu'on va faire mercredi. Fait que seul le temps nous le dira. Justement, il stream du Resident Evil 2. Je pense qu'il fait la speedrun du remake en ce moment. Fait qu'on se revoit mercredi, guys. À la prochaine, tout le monde. Merci d'avoir été là. Marable du stream.